Yeah, I think the live stream is on.
Yeah, great. So we begin?
Yeah, I guess you can begin.
Awesome. Hello everyone and welcome to day 5 of the International Archives Week Milli sessions. I'm Bharat. I'm an archivist at the French Institute of Pondicherry and the coordinator for today's events. I'm going to quickly introduce today's theme, which is explore, and then hand it over to our tech person for some basic tech and housekeeping announcements. So the theme we picked for today is explore, and all 3 panels today think about archives and space and geography in some fashion. Archives are typically thought of in terms of their relationship to time, but they're also spatial entities. So how do we spatialize the archive and make its spatiality visible? The 3 events held today look at how space can be understood through the archive, what it means for archives to be situated in space, how objects, records, and memories take on new meanings when they move between spaces. Over to you, Hari.
Thank you, Bharat. Welcome all. My name is Hari, and I'm going to be handling the Milli network account. And in case you have any tech issues, you can message me privately, and I will help you sort it out. Just a few housekeeping rules before we start. Guidelines. This session is being recorded, and the recordings will be available soon on the Milli website if you'd like to take a look at them. We request all of you to stay on mute and with your video off during the talks. And once the talks are over, we'll allow you to unmute yourselves in case you want to ask a question. We request you to use the raise hand option when you want to ask a question, or you'll also post your questions in the chat window. We also request the panelists to mute their mics once they've finished speaking, and they're welcome to keep their videos on if they would like to. The chat window is always open in case you have a comment about the talk or you have a question. So even through the talk, all of you are welcome to use the chat window. We request all of you to keep the conversation in the chat window civil and relevant to the discussion that's ongoing. We'll share a few links in the chat window about parallel activities during this week, and also a couple of other initiatives related to this symposium. And so, yeah, just to remind you again that if you have any tech issues, please reach out to me. I'm Milli Network, so you can just send me a direct message and I'll help you sort it out. I'll hand over back to Bharat to start the session.
Thanks, Hari. Our first session for the day is called Archives in the City. This panel came out of a set of connected intellectual and political concerns about the urban in India. Firstly, that the resources and repositories for narrating and constructing urban histories post-1947 are woefully limited. And the window of opportunity to do something about the state of affairs is rapidly closing due to a number of economic and socio-political reasons. And secondly, that this state of affairs can't change as long as we continue to think of archives as this reified domain, which is detached from our everyday lives, where history with a capital H resides. So we need to start seeing archives as active elements of civic life in our cities and as infrastructures for creating a vibrant and inclusive public sphere. So with that in mind, we brought together a group of speakers who have all engaged with the archive of the urban in different ways, and who we think have interesting insights to offer on this. Our first set of speakers are Swati, Janu, Freiderike, Thonke, and Tripti, Poddar, who are part of the Missing Basti project. The Missing Basti project is an interdisciplinary initiative to archive past and ongoing evictions in order to question as well as mobilize action for the prevention of further evictions. It leverages the power of maps and data in supporting marginalized communities to assert their right to the city. The project website has compiled data from various researchers, social activists, and right-based organizations since the 1990s, and is envisioned as an open and live archive to which anyone can contribute. Swati Janu is an architect, artist, and writer based in Delhi whose work engages with housing rights, migration, and urban informality. She is the founder of Social Design Collaborative, which engages with underrepresented communities in Indian cities who have been left out of urban planning processes. Tripti Poddar is a litigating attorney and development policy researcher based in Delhi, focusing on constitutional litigation. She's an advocate for community-led policy advocacy and legal action with a focus on legal empowerment. Freiderike Thonke is an urban planner and architect who has worked in Delhi for the last 5 years. She's passionate about integrated urban planning and in specific on aspects of urban informality, affordable housing, land tenure and financing, capacity development, and participatory planning. Over to you, Mr. Basti.
Thank you, Bharat. Rike, can you please share your screen? Thank you. So maps are not just lines on paper. They're manipulations of how we see our world. Depending on who's making them, maps often erase histories of those who might find themselves powerless. This is why our collective believes that it's critical to create counter maps and bring out buried narratives. Now, in a time where development has become synonymous with displacement, our cities are built on the debris of neighborhoods which have been dismantled and livelihoods which have been disrupted, which have taken decades to build brick by brick, floor by floor, home by home, and which have so many times been erased overnight by authorities working towards housing for all. There have been over 300 forced evictions in Delhi over the last 3 decades, which is what the Missing Basti project has archived, most of which had gone unreported until now. Of these, over 200 evictions took place between 1990 and 2010, and millions of families were, as we say, swept off the map. As forced evictions continue, even during the pandemic, the archive continues to grow. The Missing Basti project exists in the form of a website, which you can check out. You can see it as an alternate guide to Delhi, really, whose map has been dotted red with erasures of entire neighborhoods, entire histories. This is an atlas of lost places. In the words of my friend and colleague Gautam Bhan, it is an archive against forgetting, because public memory, as we all know, is short-lived. Or shall we say that we suffer from a selective amnesia? The map reveals the patterns of displacement and resettlement in our cities. A quick look at the evicted spots and the resettlement locations will show you that the poor have been gradually and consistently pushed out to the margins of the city. Now, Delhi, like so many other cities across the world, has been restructured over the decades by resettling the poor at its constantly expanding periphery through waves of resettlement, from the emergency in the 70s to the Commonwealth Games in the 2000s to today, as thousands of housing projects are lying vacant near the borders, forebodingly waiting, anticipating yet another wave of mass evictions of people who make our city, who clean our city, who run our city, but for whom, unfortunately, our city has no space. These are our street vendors, our farmers, our domestic workers, our construction workers, our home-based workers. So why is such an archive of missing places important? Because what our future cities will look like depends on what we choose to remember. And that is why we had to create this negative print, if you will, of our city map, in the hope that this act of archiving and bearing testament can lead us to preventing future evictions and building a right to the city for all. It was important to create the presence of this absence so that we can begin to de-erase this loss. It is also important to remember that this is a living archive. Extreme sensitivity and caution has to be exercised when you're dealing with the loss in lives of so many, and consent is critical. Partly a reason why it took us 3 years of collective action to get here. Starting in 2018, our ever-evolving voluntary collective is made up of human rights lawyers like Tripti, architects like Freiderike, academics, filmmakers, activists, social workers, and artists. And I hope many of them are here today with us in the audience. And they will also be participating in the question-answer session. And so all of us came together, pooling in our resources, experience, and efforts to make sure that the histories of the displaced neighborhoods and the stories of their residents do not go unheard, unseen, or forgotten. Also, in order to create accountability in the planning authorities, it was very important for us to list wherever possible who's the evicting agency and what was the reason for eviction. What exists there today? Is a public park for a few justified if it means displacing thousands of families? These usually end up being top-down decisions, but these are exactly the kind of conversations that we need to be bringing to the public domain. And we hope that this archive can become an important step towards that. It was also important for us that the archive was not just about latitude and longitude, just an abstract layer of maps, but that it brought out people's stories and people's voices. It shares personal accounts in the form of narratives and videos, which you can check out in the resources section and the field notes section. These are the videos that the filmmakers and designers in our collective have been putting together for the past few months. Tripti, you are on mute. You'll have to start again.
Thank you. So I was saying, like Swati said, it's very important to not just record these stories, but also what matters is who tells these stories, who are these storytellers. Because oftentimes the realities of people is a mere abstraction. It's an abstraction in law, it's an abstraction to our policymakers, and it exists as an abstract idea, even to lawyers who represent them in courts. That's why it's important to, archive these stories and put these stories together. Now, for example, this one time that we were arguing a matter in court that related to ration entitlement and the right to food to a socioeconomically marginalized community in Delhi. And it was very, very difficult for the adjudicating authority at that time to imagine a reality where people in the middle of Delhi had to walk through an entire forest to get to one ration shop. But what really helped was a map, showing the judge the map and a Google map visual of what the route consisted of and how they had to walk through a forest to get to food. And in this situation, the map was a very, very important tool that helped us, get this reality to court and convey this reality in court. So I think while these stories are very, very important, how and where they're told is equally important. For instance, one of the most landmark judgment on the right to housing in India is a Delhi High Court judgment that popularly goes by the name of Sundar Singh case. Now, in 2010, when the court gave this judgment, it gave relief. And the basis of the court's decision is in fact used by housing rights activists and lawyers across the country to seek similar relief. But the sad reality and fact of the matter is that many families that were the original petitioners in court in that case also still are waiting relief in court. For example, Majnu and his family were petitioners before the Delhi High Court in the Sundar Singh case. Majnu passed away in 2018 while still waiting rehabilitation for his family. And his family continues to live along a nala, along a drainage system next to a very, very posh South Delhi colony. The next voice that you will hear is that of Majnu's daughter-in-law, who narrates, what happened in their case.
क्योंकि वहाँ से हमारी झुग्गी टूट गई थी तो काफी परेशान होने के बाद फिर हम यहाँ पे रहने लग गए छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे वहाँ पे कोई ठिकाना था नहीं इस चक्कर में यहाँ पे रहने लग गए हम आके यहाँ भी कोई सुविधा नहीं हो रही हमारे लिए नाला भर जाता है और फिर दिक्कत हो जाती है बच्चों के स्कूल में रुक जाते हैं
Sunita is the daughter-in-law of Majnu, one of the original petitioners in the 2010 Sundar Singh case. The family has lost Majnu and they continue to live in inhumane living conditions.
Videos and stories such as Sunita's is exactly what the collective aims to document and to put on a public platform. Therefore, while there is an evident gap in how the privileged imagine the city, the reality is that people in power and that decision makers see this reality. They're able to view and assess what this reality is like. And therefore, documentation like the one that we're seeking to do with the Missing Basti project is a very important advocacy tool as well. It is important that this power of advocacy and this power of telling these stories really lies with the people whose realities these stories are seeking to tell. Now, the project and the collective itself builds not just on these formally documented cases and instances of evictions, but in evictions and displacements both actually, but it relies very heavily on people's own accounts of what happened and how it happened. It seeks to document and archive facts, stories, and realities that have not been recorded before in a tangible form. We seek to ensure that all these realities that have not been recorded before get a space and get an avenue and are used by housing rights activists in the future. And while this is one side of the story, while it is important to bring forth these realities to law and policy makers, the other side also is that the law itself is extremely accessible. It is almost an elitist tool, which is abstract and extremely obscure. Therefore, what the collective seeks to do and aims to do is also to make these really inaccessible legal systems and legal frameworks more readily available to people who live in bastis. So for example, what we did in Delhi was we simplified all of the existing laws and procedures that related to right to housing and evictions in Delhi. And then with the help of graphic designers such as Aditi in our collective, we condensed it into a more accessible, and we condensed it into the form that you see on your screens right now. Therefore, the Missing Basti Collective is really a space where people from different walks of life have come together to give life and to give space to the stories that have become invisible and inaccessible in Delhi. The other question in developing an archive such as this one is also, who are these archives for? And how does it grow to continue to be an effective tool and an effective tool to tell stories and for advocacy?
Yeah, archiving for whom? The why was already explained at the beginning by Swati. We wanted to create a counter map. We wanted to make neighborhoods visible that have been historically invisible. These are areas which are filled with life and provide the opportunity for livelihood, even if they often lack so many basic services to become adequate and livable. These areas with their inhabitants do not exist on the map and thus in our memories, while they were there on the ground and also now, when they are not anymore there as they were evicted. But who benefits from these missing places on the map, which were never archived? And who suffers from these invisible places on the map? And will they benefit from being on the map? And what is a map? Is our map enough to mobilize action for the prevention of further evictions? Or would the Bastis need to be on an official map produced and accepted by the government? And will this latter ever happen? Can we as a collective contribute towards the scenario? We decided in 2018 that our initiative should have more than one targeted audience, and different media should also be utilized to reach them. The format of a website is not accessible for everybody. We are quite aware of this, but it provides really a unique possibility to create the multiple data points, stories, national laws, judgments, which have been seen jointly and really brought together to create an understanding. The creation of this picture was only possible as many individuals and also institutions came together and were willing to share personally and institutionally collected data. Overcoming these boundaries, using the knowledge of a diverse set of people to create a first step towards a holistic citywide picture. The website was created to reach the public, the media, students, academicians, and elected representatives. The hidden has to be understood in a joint picture, and the map has the power to overcome the wideness on paper, which is often then in reality just built up by gigantic structures in the name of a world-class city. We are hoping that the stories of the people living in Bastis who are ignored in the best case and evicted repeatedly in the worst can be told. The Basti residents themselves are reached not directly through the website, which you can see here, but WhatsApp forwards are created and where also a direct interaction then can take place in the mobile version of the website. The latter is currently under development and shall mainly provide an emergency helpline number, critical legal information concerning rights provided in Hindi, which was shown just by Tripti, and the opportunity to add evictions that took place. The process of having the possibility to raise the voice and being heard brings back the power into the right hands. To amplify collective voices and support growing power with the people, we hope to collaborate with other such initiatives so that archives like this dealing with social justice can be set up in other Indian cities, but also across the world. And there are actually already many existing. For example, in San Francisco, in London, in Karachi, and also in many others. We are keen to connect and to learn from each other and also to share the experiences. Before we conclude, I would like to add one important point. A contribution form is also on our website, what you can see here in the moment. And you can add any recent eviction which you observed or where you are aware of. We will then internally verify by the collective, and then it will be also added to the map. So it's really growing. We are hoping that it becomes really a growing movement that taps into the power of collaborative efforts to archive the layered invisible histories of our cities. And if you have any questions, we are really looking forward to. There are also other people because we are a big collective to discuss then the points in the question and answer session.
Thank you for that really powerful presentation, Swati, Tripti, and Rike. And I'm really looking forward to see how this project develops and how that map grows. Our next speaker for this panel is Professor Ayona Datta. Professor Ayona Datta is Professor of Human Geography in the Department of Geography, University College London. Her broad research interests are in post-colonial urbanism, smart cities, gender citizenship, and regional futures. In particular, she is interested in how cities transform themselves through utopian urban visions of the future and their impacts on everyday social, material, and gender geographies. She's the author of The Illegal City, Space, Law, and Gender in the Delhi Squatter Settlement, co-editor of Mega Urbanization in the Global South and Translocal Geographies, Spaces, Places, Connections. She's also co-editor of Urban Geography and on the editorial boards of several journals, including Antiquarian Dialogues in Human Geography, and a publicly engaged scholar with a strong media presence, engaging through regular blogs, podcasts, and op-eds. Today, she'll be speaking about ways to think of a city as archive in a digital generation. Over to you.
Thanks, Bharat. Thanks for inviting me to this really exciting conference. And I'm really privileged actually to also go after Swati and team with that brilliant presentation. So what I'm going to talk about today actually follows on from some of the points they've already made, but linking through some of our research on learning from small cities. In which I really want to understand what the urban archive may consist of. And the main argument is really that the archive is no longer just paper, but also digital, and that we need to think about the archive in a much more expanded, critical way, combining different ways of thinking through what the information of the city is about. So let me share my screen, and you should be able to see this now. So I'm going to talk about the urban archive in a digital age. So if you try searching for Shimla on Google, what you come across are those familiar formats for places, that is Wikipedia, the top stories of that place, and also places to visit. In Shimla, the last category is rather rich because it's obviously a very major tourist destination in the Himalayas, but it's also got this kind of cultural heritage, the British nostalgia associated with it, because it's a town built by the British as their temporary administrative headquarters each summer. But for most visitors to Shimla, this is the first experience of a historical town. Through the touch of the finger on the smartphone screen, the web throws up results that are ready, easily accessible, and most often the first visual encounter that people have with the city. So indeed, digital information is now seen as vastly superior when it comes to recording and documenting the city. At least it's the most popular, if not seen always as superior. We see this, of course, also in the recent initiatives of the 100 smart cities, that a part of the initiative of these 100 smart cities is the complete digitalization of records on land, on GIS mapping of all sorts of city spaces. The assumption is that paper documents may be lost or manipulated, but the digital remains as the only authentic urban archive for eternity. But even for the poorest of a city's residents, such as in this case in Shimla's residents, access to information about the city and of its history is still through the web. In fact, is more and more through the web, through voice recognition software like Siri or Cortana, and through the innumerable images that you see that are available on the web that makes it constructs Shimla's imagination as a tourist spectacle at the top of a hill. And images such as this that we took it gives us specific vantage points across the hill to take these sorts of images. In the digital information age, the use of the web as a pathway to seeing the city, experiencing it through Street View or imagining it through its photographs and videos available on the internet, brings with it a whole new set of assumptions, positioning it as more endurable, as less manipulable and indestructible compared to paper archives. For the poor, it also connects the virtuality of the web with the materiality of the digital rather than the archival. This materiality for the poor often is the mobile phone, which has become almost ubiquitous as a kind of prized possession, indeed more valued by the poor as a source of information, communication, and livelihood. The use of voice-enabled services of the mobile phone to see their own city, even as they are often left out of it, suggests that informational urban geographies for the poor are funneled through the capacities of the single most important technology in their hands right now, the smartphone. Does this mean that the web has overseen the active devaluation of the documentary archives of the Global South, particularly in the context of cash-strapped governments and municipalities? Paper documents take space, they require maintenance and careful cataloging, require human resources, and crucially, can even hold uncomfortable truths. There has been a move, therefore, to actively destroy, in some cases, paper archives by legitimizing an economic logics of cost benefit. Documents that are deemed to be important by the state are often digitized, rest are put in storage rooms or destroyed forever. To a certain extent, this indicates the declining validity of paper archives as often seen as crumbling documents, and of the web then rising and emerging as the sole curator of a variety of urban truths. And again, this follows on from Swati's presentation with the Missing Basti report, that the web becomes the kind of mirror often to these uncomfortable truths. However, this is not necessarily always a simple conclusion, and often this is when we are faced with this dilemma of do we look at the web to understand the city, or are there paper archives that we need to look at to really understand the historical development? Public archives also often that ever provided this kind of documentation of the history have been critiqued because they are not often authentic accounts, particularly when they're taken to be speaking for a particular kind of an urban history. The documented histories of the state and public institutions that are held in archives, albeit underfunded and poorly maintained, were never accessible to the poor, even as their lives were often quantified and documented through slum surveys expressly for the purposes of urban development projects. For the poor living along the slopes, particularly in Shimla, where the top of the hill was built and all the debris from the top of the hill was thrust down the slopes, and the poor sort of made their houses in there, they're still ravaged by recurring landslides, earthquakes, sewage water. The documents of their lives and struggles have been the first casualties of archived history. Stripped of formal evidence of their status, if it ever even existed, the poor spend a lifetime accumulating evidence of their belonging through grey documents, such as rental records, utility bills, food subsidy cards, bank statements, and so on. These never actually make their way into archival record rooms or the web. In fact, subaltern histories have always had the status of doubtful citizenship, since acknowledging these histories would mean giving rights to those without legitimate status in state records. Should we then also reject what Google throws at us at the name of urban experience? Writing about the city as urban archive, Vajayanti Rao has noted that, quote, archives are neither universal forms, nor are they uniform institutions that collect particular kinds of information in the service of particular universal projects of history. Rather, we might think of archives as languages whose formal characteristics constitute memory in different ways for different groups of people. I draw upon this kind of work to further this thinking about the archives in this more expanded way. I draw upon the work of anthropologist Susan Leigh Starr, in which she suggests that infrastructure is both a material artifact and a record of time. Starr urges us to, quote, bring in an ethnographic sensibility to the data collection and analysis, an idea that people make meanings based on their circumstances and that these meanings would be inscribed into their judgments of the built information environment. I take this as a paradigm for understanding and expanding the notion of the urban archive as a combination of paper and digital information infrastructures of specific contexts, of specific places, in specific temporalities. Taken together, they form the information infrastructures of the futures, past and present. The whole array of organizational forms, practices, and institutions that accompany, make possible, and inflect the development of new technology, their related practices, and their distributions, as Boker et al. Have argued. What happens then when we read these different sources of information simultaneously through a connected way? When we read these as a network of information as they flow through paper and the web and back again, how do we see these and understand Shimla's past, present, and future archives? Shimla's Municipal Records Room was moved a few years ago from their prominent location on the Mall Road at the top to the basement of the car park at the bottom. And we spent about 3 months looking and searching and trying to get permission to access these records rooms. And so finally, when we received permission, we realized that even in terms of the location and the geography of the city, the records room occupied a far less significant place compared to the municipality or compared to the other kinds of public buildings. When we enter the records room, we find that it has a visual and olfactory overload. That from the packed shelves with files falling off them, tattered files strewn across the floor, files kept rolled up in cloth alongside the smell of damp dust and rodents, we were overwhelmed with the ruins of the colonial empire in front of us. And these files have been kept there since Shimla's municipality was established in 1864. So they are very, very old files. When we started to read them, we did not know really what to expect. We soon realized that each file reveals a rich history of incremental house building in Shimla, below its imperial capital at the top of the hill. So each of these files have a record of all the houses that were coming up at the bottom of the hill. And these were being built by the service workers of the Raj, the sweepers, the cleaners, the tailors, the butchers, the shopkeepers, and all the range of native subjects who were thrown along the slope to live between the debris. All of these files have a common annotation. They're called below cart road, house below cart road, and then it has the name and the file number. This is the place along the slopes where the British threw the debris of construction to create unstable rock and landslides where the service workers worked. These municipal files are a measure of the information revolution of future pasts. The files show occupation, possession, and dispossession of land and terrain, and the emerging technologies through which subaltern urbanization at the bottom of the hill ruptured through the fault lines of the local municipal state at the top of the hill. Each house is presented with intricate hand-drawn plans, elevations, and sections of building proposals. Each has been through cycles of authorization, building, encroachments, subdivision, rebuilding, demolition, regularization, penalization, court cases, judiciaries, etc., so on and so forth since the late 19th century. Paper archives in this case show how the subaltern subject in Shimla was spatializing acts of survival, as Catherine McKittrick would call it. Today, below Cart Road has a name. It's called Krishnanagar. And Krishnanagar has expanded far beyond its original footprint with fourth generation descendants of British Raj workers. as well as new waves of migrants coming from neighboring villages and further looking for livelihoods in a busy tourist town. Interestingly, when when the smart city proposal was prepared, Krishnanagar is highlighted as one part of this 48-acre redevelopment. And the smart city proposal quotes it specifically as, quote, presently the area selected has worthless, dilapidated buildings with priceless views. And it is therefore marked for eviction and resettlement as a designated slum. The evidence based for this decision-making on the future of Shimla is not those colonial files sitting in the municipal record room. Rather, it's the glitzy images of tourism that can be published on the web to generate wealth from Shimla's selective past. The satellite images, the new drones that map detailed aerial shots from above, which I wanted to show here. So this is a Himachal tourism website, which Himachal tourism has bought this new drone that maps all of Shimla from top, but also uses it like a way to surveil and make sure that trouble is not created in the city. So you see some of these drone images coming through as and when. So there's another one here. And you see this kind of visions from the above, and this forms the kind of information infrastructure about the city to argue for a city that is in the hills, the beauty, the tranquility, as well as its tourism potential. In other words, the range of born digital information about Shimla form its present archive, particularly in terms of decision making. So in this tension and connection between paper and born digital archives that present us with the information infrastructures of the present, in order to know how to act for the future, we use these information infrastructures to tell different stories of the past, and through that past, give us a lens to imagine what sort of future we may want. Paper and born digital information give different vantage points. One is material, sensory, olfactory. The other is generated through bits and bytes of information and through algorithms on Google. Of course, there's another story of the urban archive to be written about user-generated data, such as the one we saw before my presentation, but also using things like social media, selfies, hashtags, emails, and so on, and they form a kind of born digital present archive. I've not touched upon those today. I've focused on the archives of the state, both in terms of paper and born digital information. But these kinds of archives, and the ones that the state decides to pick on in terms of using its decision-making powers for the future, constructs how we see and curate the future, how we understand its territories, how we understand land, technologies, and populations. As one of Shimla's elite residents said to me, Krishnanagar, quote, should be bombed out of the face of the hillside. Krishnanagar's fate was sealed not just in its present moment, but 4 generations back through those paper documents housed in the colonial archives. The absence of paper genealogy of their houses are valuable the presence of paper genealogies of their houses are valuable counter narratives of the born digital evidence about Shimla's land, terrain, and territory, which creates justification and legitimization of its proposal to be demolished and removed. The municipal records room, however, is bursting and a continuous challenge to maintain with low staffing, hence there's been calls to destroy these outdated files. The urban future of its subaltern citizens have actually become the struggle to reclaim its past, the struggle to maintain its archives, a tension between the digital and the paper information infrastructures for those who stand to lose most from its smart city futures. I'll end here, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Datta. Our next speaker is Dr. Malini Krishnankutty, who's an architect and planner with wide experience in spatial planning in India. Over the last 2 decades, she has served as a consultant on several urban planning projects, city and regional plans. Currently, she is an adjunct associate professor at IIT Bombay. Her research has focused on sustainable urban planning in the global south, peri-urban development, and tracing historical underpinnings of modern Indian planning in India. Her doctoral research focused on interrogating urban planning knowledge, institutions, and practice in India. Recent research projects include a study of the complex institutional arrangements related to the governance of roads in Mumbai, and an oral history project on urban planning in India. Over to you, Malini.
Hello. Thank you, Bharat, for that introduction, and I'll just share my screen. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here, thanks to Milli for this opportunity. So today, when Bharat asked me to talk about the city and the archives, I thought it would be interesting to try and talk about how an archive can enrich the city from the perspective of a practicing urban planner. And I thought to engage with this question of how can what kind of archives can contribute to the city. I thought it would be it's very useful to first spell out what and how planners view the city, and at the same time and how they approach the city, and alongside with looking at what is the nature of the standard Indian archive, the typical state archives. And this is, again, I want to foreground that I'm coming in as a practitioner, and from that understanding of the kinds of data and kinds of information that as a practitioner, what I have encountered, I've tried to put together, and this presentation comes from that viewpoint. So typically the planner's view of the city as we go around trying to come up with our development plans and land use plans, there's very much an inherited view and a mindset towards the Indian, a very colonial mindset that we bring to this practice of planning, shaped by the kind of education that we have. It's largely an ahistorical view that's very Eurocentric, and it is very teleological in what it's trying to do, what are the visions it's trying to achieve for the city, etc. And the education, if one looks at all the courses and the training that a planner comes through, it's important to understand that these courses on modern town planning pretty much ignore India's own rich tradition of settlements that are contextual. Though, of course, in the architectural courses, there is some study of traditional settlements. Coming to the archive, of course, this has been talked about earlier. I think it's important to foreground that, again, it's an inherited, it's definitely, most of our state archives they have colonial backgrounds. They therefore are inherently limited due to how they've been set up by colonial administrations and what they collect, what they just choose to neglect. And additionally, very important is that post-independence, post-1947, we see that there's very little commitment to archiving our records. Archiving our everyday work and papers and reports is what I have seen when I've gone to municipal offices, when I've gone to development authorities, institutions rarely are committed to creating their own archives. And in fact, they're often in deep state of disrepair, as Ayona just also mentioned. Having said that, if one looks at the urban planning practice, despite all the expectations from the public as to what the public has about what urban planning should achieve, urban planning, the practice, is essentially about land use in India, and it's largely an abstract numbers game, largely based on data. And yet today, so what I'm going to talk about are these, what I see, and foregrounding three kinds of silences that exist within the urban planning practice. And hopefully, when we think about archives that could help urban planning practice in India, they could probably try to address these silences. So one is about the data, the kinds of data that are utilized for spatial plans. There are certain silences there. There are silences that exist around the profession of planning. and also about around the indigenous urban systems that exist in our country. Coming to the silences around data, I found that despite all our technological advancement, we often choose not to spatialize certain kinds of data, not to collect and put out data about certain people, certain key aspects of life in the city, which if they were available would have helped planners plan better. So I've always, as a planner, found that it's very, very difficult to find data, specifically spatialized data about the poor, the homeless, the migrants, the marginalized. I mean, the list goes on. So there's lots of silences in the data that planners use, and they are always looking at numbers and data, and there are these gaps and silences around that data. If one looks at work again, we don't know much about informal work, the nature of that work, how do people get to work. Somewhere it would be said that 50% of Mumbai, for instance, walks to work, and then that information gets lost somewhere, and we don't get more. So there's a lot of there are a lot of gaps and silences in the nature of data and data collections. Very little information on incomes, on what kind of development. I mean, there's a lot. So what kind of development is occurring or in the pipeline doesn't get reflected immediately on any kinds of maps. So it's very, very hard to, as a planner, work with the kinds of data we do have because of these silences. And which is why after about 2 decades of practice, I felt there's really a need to look more closely at the underlying knowledge, institutional framework, and planners' attitudes during my doctoral work. And that revealed that we know so little about questions like what is the history of this city planning practice that we have in India? What constitutes that practice? How did it evolve? And we all talk about urban planning as if it's one monolithic thing. And is that true? So these kinds of questions, what are the standards? I mean, I've used standards as a planner in my work, and I've often wondered, where exactly are these standards originating? Where did they come from? And other questions about, say, because have been engaged with Mumbai for so long, where and when did the water tanks of Mumbai, the island city, disappear, and what policy interventions made that happen, etc. So these kinds of questions also actually tell you a lot about the silences that exist about the profession, about planning practice. So very, very little on the profession's history. And very recently now, there's been a new book out which kind of talks about the history of the profession, but again, it's a very broad. I've just started looking at it. So there is very little out there in terms of the very little writing on the profession's history, the kind of work that planners do, the location of the work, where they borrowed their practices or learned this practice, which is very, very new. It's introduced during colonial times, and also details about who are these planners, what is their background. So I found that there was there are a lot of holes there, and this is another area that that clearly one doesn't know much about. To address some of these gaps, I embarked on a small project an oral history project on urban planning in India, which was funded I got a small fund from Tata Institute of Social Sciences under the TURN project, the Tacit Urban Research Network. And what I did was actually interview some of the senior most planners in the country across various states, and they were both audio and video footages, and this material has since been handed over to TURN, and eventually I think it will be put up on their website, so it will be accessible. So I met some remarkable people, 3 of the first crop of pioneer planners in the country. Only one of them was under 80, or many of them were in their 90s. and active, and they represented 7 states, and some were retired chief planners, others were chiefs of chief planners of various states. Here you see a couple. Here you see a couple of the pioneer planners, V.G. Fernandez and Mr. R.L. Bava. So we see that, it was very interesting. The conversations with these planners were very revealing, and I was exposed to their specific initiatives, their formative influences, their own books. These books that they've written are not used in planning schools. Also, they had very specific ways of responding to the different issues they faced in their careers, and which was also coming out of their particular backgrounds, whether they were engineers or architects. Now, in this case, you had Mr. B.G. Fernandez and Mr. Bava responding. They were part of the first Delhi Master Plan and team that worked along with the Ford Foundation team. And you see that there are books on how do you plan residential neighborhoods. A lot of urban design guidelines, and more recently, Mr. Fernandez has come up with this book he looks back on the Delhi that he planned for, saying there's a need to fix flawed urban planning. Another very, very interesting project in the 70s, which I found, was a cartoon book on building regulations for a happy and healthy life, put out by the town planning department and by Mr. Venkataramana Reddy, who he has himself, done a lot of the illustrations. So a lot of very interesting initiatives that different planners have undertaken. Unfortunately, he passed away soon after I interviewed him. There were also initiatives that are not well known among planners, there were local level plans that have been prepared in Punjab in the 80s, block level plans. And in Kerala, the integrated district development plans. Here are the two people who were involved in these initiatives. And what these oral histories of just 10 of the senior planners told me is that urban planning in India is not monolithic, that it varied across states, that each person practiced and forged a unique path. And yet, because such an oral history does not exist, you even lose out, within the profession, practitioners are not learning from what has gone before. So, and equally, what this oral history project told me is it revealed another fundamental gap in the profession's knowledge base. And this is the silence about indigenous urban systems. So one clearly finds that the modern practice of planning does not draw upon our own context and the homegrown solutions that we have evolved over centuries. So you may be familiar with all the community managed water harvesting systems that exist across India. And yet, as planners, these are not systems that we fall back upon. Or, for instance, if we look at this urban rural system, and there are many such examples, I've just shown one here, where there's an integrated view of where there's an elegant ancient water system that existed and nourished the rice fields and the settlements in Madurai. It's begun to collapse due to disrepair, and also because the community management systems have gone away. And it clearly there was and there existed an integrated view of both the natural and the built heritage, built environment. And this is essential as we go ahead. Here's another example from Bhuj, where you have in one of the most arid parts of our country, you have a city that was developed around a man-made Hamisar lake, and which was over time, the network kept expanding and the city grew through a carefully managed network of canals and channels and wells. And a wonderful system, which again, one sees over time. Once with you have your modern water supply systems coming in, you see slowly a complete shift away from these ways of managing sustainable systems of managing and living harmoniously with with nature and the environment. And absolutely, I mean, what is very, very, it's extremely disheartening actually to see that you have today historic cores of our cities, which have been continuously occupied since they've, I know many of these cities have been around for so much, for so many centuries, and you see that we have no, a modern urban planning practice has no way of dealing with these remnants or even with these historic cores. We might have a few heritage laws, and we may declare something a heritage zone, or we may have a lal dora that is put around an old urban village, but we tend to cast a blind eye because we do not study these historic cities and the urban systems that exist in many of these historic settlements, even though they have been around for such a long time. So having, having talked about these three gaps as I see it, I would say that if we think about archives for the city, there's clearly a lot of possibilities and a need to plug these data gaps. There's a need to rethink planning practice itself, and there is a need for an urban systems archive of indigenous practices. I'm not saying that there is no research on many of these. There may be individuals who are working on small aspects of each of these, but as a practitioner, if you want to actually study and do more research on particular urban systems, or if you want to understand how specific people have contributed to or understand certain innovations in urban planning practice, you don't even know where to start or where to head to there are these kinds of gaps that exist which would benefit from city archives. That's it. Thank you.
Malini, that was really wonderful. Lots to think about. We'll quickly move on to our final presentation for this panel, and then we'll kickstart a discussion. Please feel free to throw in your comments, questions, and stuff in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube or Zoom. Our final presenter for this panel is Siddarth S. Ganesh, who's an aspiring queer historian who has catalogued, translated, transcribed, and digitized material at QAMRA, which is the Queer Archive for Memory, Reflection, and Activism in Bangalore. They recently finished their master's with a specialization in the queer history of Bangalore and social movement theory. Their areas of academic curiosity also include critical geography, human rights, post-colonial and subaltern studies, literature, and the philosophy of science. Over to you, Siddarth.
Thank you, Bharat. I will share my screen and then I'm going to begin. Okay, is my screen visible?
Yeah, we can see it.
Good, cool. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I will be showing you some material from QAMRA, which is the Queer Archive for Memory, Reflection, and Activism. And I will tease certain stories out of this material to broadly illustrate the question, how did the city of Bangalore and its spaces provoke and shape queer activism? Now, for the next 15 minutes, I want you to imagine the city not as an enclosed area, not as a collection of buildings, decreasing greenery, or an increasing gap between the rich and the poor, but as a fluid zone of networks, essentially a nexus of three axes, people, space, and protest. So Bangalore has had a very compelling urban history of the city written by Janaki Nair called The Promise of the Metropolis, in which she demonstrates that Bangalore, since before independence and especially since the 1950s, has been characterized as a migrant city. From the late 1950s onwards, with increasing investment in both the public and the private sector, huge numbers of skilled and semi-skilled labor was attracted to the city. Now, there have been two types of queer migration that we can identify in Bangalore. The first is of the Hijras and the Kotis. For centuries now, men in India, especially from rural zones, who have realized that they're transsexual, transgender, effeminate, homosexual, have eloped from their villages and moved to urban areas, which have a Hijra population. And Bangalore is one such city which today has a bustling Hijra population. And the second type of queer migration was basically this process by which there was a new significant minority of highly educated and now well-moneyed migrant workers living in the city who, post the economic liberalization of India in 1991, had access to not only Western products, but a lot of Western media and culture as well. And they were introduced to these English terminologies: gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer, and finding that they had similar feelings, and because Indian languages don't necessarily have words to describe these states of being, they started using the English phrases to describe themselves, thus creating communities of gay, lesbian, bisexual, and queer people as well. So Bangalore has had two major kinds of queer communities, which has been segregated by class. And this continues to characterize a lot of the interactions between the queer communities even today. Now, for this presentation, the first thing I'm showing you is this cover page of the Bangalore magazine from September 1998. In September 1998, Bangalore and much of India was still a highly conservative space for queer people. You know, the majority of them did not come out. They were living scared of prosecution. So how did it happen that in Bangalore in 1998, a significant magazine like this had a pretty nuanced article and displayed on their cover page as well? And I'm going to show you how this could have happened and how this did happen over the next few slides. The first artifact I'm showing you today is about an event that was a landmark event, not just for queer activism in Bangalore, but for queer activism across the country. This was the Symposium on Gay and Lesbian Rights, organized at the National Law School of India in September 1997. And what you see on the screen is the sponsorship letter that was drafted and sent. If you follow my cursor to here, the third paragraph, you will, and I will read this out to you. It says, the authorities of the institution have merely allowed us the use of the premises, but not the name of the institution. There is also no financial assistance forthcoming from the same. So Bangalore was a city in which big institutions such as NLS were very queasy about associating with the queer communities and providing a platform for the articulation of their rights and their politics. But right in 1997 itself, you see that there is a conversation happening about gay rights as human rights and about the draconian laws that were prosecuting queer communities, such as 377 of the Indian Penal Code. And the seminar that did happen revolutionized the way we thought about gay rights by formulating them as human rights, because until then, gay rights were only spoken about in terms of AIDS activism and access to health. So this marked a shift in queer ideology in the country. And I'm using this letter not just to show you what is present in the archive through its archival records, but also to talk about silence in the archive. Now, what is silent, or rather, who is silent in this letter? If you see here, the person who has signed their name is Sanjay Bhavikatte, who was a student at NLS back then. But we know that a driving force behind this symposium was Arvind Narayan. He had the idea, he got Sanjay Bhavikatte involved in this, he was inviting people, he was organizing it, he was a major force behind the symposium. But why isn't his name here, for example? So 21 years later, in 2018, when the Supreme Court did read down certain sections of the 377, Sanjay Bhavikatte, in an interview with Citizen Matters, says that Arvind Narayan was not ready to be the face of the event at that time in 1997 because he was not out to anybody and he was out only to Sanjay. So this, shows how silence in an archive also contains a story. In this case, it's the story of an individual who was learning, who was growing, who was gaining confidence and becoming the much loved activist that he is. Next, we will jump back in time to 1994. What you see before you is a flyer for Good As You, which was the first queer support group started in Bangalore for all queer people. Now, the story of Good As You is also inextricably linked to the spatiality and the corporality of the city. The story goes that Mahesh Dattani, the playwright, he used to love holding darbar with some of his gay friends in a pub, in a restaurant, once a week. And in 1994, it so happened that they were at 3 Aces, a pub which is no longer there on MG Road in Bangalore, when they felt the need to open up the discussions they were having to a larger crowd and to give support to each other and be there for each other as a community. And from this one meeting in a club came Good As You, the first queer support group, which is still running. And they, in 1999, created this organization called Swabhava, which was the first organization to provide mental health support structures to queer people in the city. And in 2000, they also started their helpline, Sahaya, which has been providing phone counseling and other mental health support for people all across the country. But one of the things that Good As You has come across as a critique of itself over the years is that it has remained a primarily queer male-dominated space. But Good As You was always meant to be a space for all queer people. Queer women just didn't show up as much. But Good As You tried to work around solutions for this, and I will show you this in a couple of slides. Another important thing that Good As You did for Bangalore was starting a magazine called Sanghamitra in 1998. February 1998 was their first issue. And on the screen, you see the third issue of Sanghamitra. And Sanghamitra was a space by itself that gave the queer communities a voice to not only be creative by publishing poetry, short stories, but also was deeply political. And you will see this in sections such as this right here, where it says, know your rights. If the police pick you up, you're entitled to legal protection, and it lists what you can and cannot do if you find yourself in such a situation. But not just political, it was also informational. Here you see on the right-hand side, advice on safe sex practices, and even advice on safe-sex practices for lesbians and bisexual women, which isn't really talked about that much in mainstream media even today. Everybody just speaks of condoms for men, but what about dental dams or female condoms, for example? And it is really good to know that they were speaking about these things at the very inception of the queer movement in Bangalore. Another remarkable feature of Swabhava is that even though a lot of queer women were not part of Good As You, and Good As You used to meet in the Swabhava office space, Swabhava opened its office space free of charge as a venue for support groups meant exclusively for queer women. Prerna was the first support group created exclusively for queer women in 2000, in December 2000, and they met at the Swabhava office for a few years after which they went defunct. And after Prerna, another support group for queer women was created and initially used the same office space, which is Swabhava's office space. called We're Here and Queer, which has now become all sorts of queer. And the last thing I'll show you from Sanghamitra is the section called Bangalore's LGBT Diary. And this is just a remarkable piece of writing, which from a scholarly or, just the point of view of an extremely curious person is very rich. It shows that in Bangalore, activists have been involved in processes of documenting the movement and their efforts right from the beginning. There are some things that I read in this section for the first time. I felt very proud to be part of an activist tradition which did things like when, for example, Peter Lane, who is an openly homophobic and very Christian person, came to speak at several institutions in Bangalore, Bangalore's LGBT activists followed Mr. Lane and ensured that he was comprehensively questioned and his homophobia vigorously opposed in all public forums. And it also speaks about not just groups that spoke in English or catered to an educated middle class or upper middle class crowd, but also to groups that, for example, spoke only in Kannada, like here, for example, and the activities that they were doing. Now, from 1994, the story of good is used, Sangam, Swabhava and Sanghamitra. We will jump to 1997, which was when this collective called Sabrang was formed. Sabrang was an intersectional collective that had a bunch of different people from all kinds of walks of life coming in, meeting up and hosting events and protests. And this was kind of the incubator which gave rise to many of the political ideologies still being articulated in the queer movement in Bangalore. For example, one of the events that they organized was a lecture by Chandra S. Balachandran on the emerging gay spaces in Bangalore. And this was way back when in 1998. And already Bangalore was being studied by queer scholars who were living there. And it was part of a movement that was studying itself, documenting itself, being critical of itself, and making visible these dialogues that they were having for the general public and internationally and nationally. Now, this is a copy of the City Reporter, and the person you see right here, this is Elavarthi Manohar. He was responsible for the founding of Sangama, which evolved into a big human rights organization, which was set up exclusively to cater for working class queer people, hijdas, kotis, and sex workers. Some of the work they've done has been absolutely stunning, and a lot of the grassroots work they have is why the hijda community entered the queer rights movement in the first place. And Sangama initially, when it was started in 1999, was started as a resource and documentation center, because back then, if you had gay or queer or LGBTQ in your name, the police would show up at your office and you would be under immense trouble. And these two are just examples of the kind of documentation practice they have done, where they clipped out articles from newspapers, periodicals, magazines, and then pasted them on sheets of paper. And they cover a wide time period. The earliest ones we have at the archive are from the 1960s, dating all the way up to 2014, 15, 17. So there's literally thousands of articles clipped from their original publications across a wide range of topics as well. One of Sangama's projects was to create community-based organizations to empower the community and let them fight for themselves and their rights. And Vividha was one of the first community-based organizations created by Sangama. And the primary membership of Vividha were sex workers, hijdas, and kotis. This was started in 2002, and Vividha is now defunct, but Vividha was involved initially with what they call crisis intervention, when a queer person found themselves in conflict with the state, the police, other members of society, individuals, they could call Sangama and Vividha, and a team was assembled to go help them at the police station with legal advice, with any sticky situation they were embroiled in immediately. And building on that,
you have another minute.
Sure. Building on that, Vividha wanted not just to help with the violence, but to also celebrate queer identities. And what you see before you is a poster of the second Hijra Habba. It is a space that was created where people could celebrate being queer and being different and not be ashamed of themselves. So the idea right now that is in my mind is sort of, because the story of the queer movement is so interlinked with spaces created in the city, is to kind of create a memory map for the city, because many of these buildings no longer exist or these events no longer happen. And in a queer archive, we don't just remember the queer movement or queer politics, but we also remember the city. And so I think in the memory map of the city, a queer archive has an extra layer to add to it. And the things on your screen you're seeing right now are the schedule for the first queer film festival in the city in 2003, and a poster for the first Pride March that happened in Bangalore that was way back in 2008. Now, I would like to close with a small anecdote. You're seeing before you a picture of people at a Pride March at the town hall in Bangalore. And this is a bigger collage of articles and Pride practices. But what I want to tell you is that the Pride route that is taken in Bangalore very often ends at town hall, because the town hall is a space of civic society where people can assert their right to civic citizenship. And on the way to town hall, on most of the years, the Pride parade has passed by Mysore Bank Circle. Now, historically, Mysore Bank Circle today is just a road, but before then, it was a square, which was a venue, a favorite venue for protests in the city. From before independence, nationalist movements, trade union protests, student protests have always gathered at Mysore Bank Square. And now in contemporary Bangalore, I find it very, very poetic to think that many movements, including the garment workers movements, the JNU Solidarity movement, Solidarity with Kashmir movement, our pride parades as well, have passed by Mysore Bank Circle. And for a century now in Bangalore, people are treading the same path of resistance, creating an artery of dissent which seeks to strengthen our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siddarth. We are now open for questions. So please drop in your questions in the chat, or if you're watching on YouTube, in YouTube chat. You can also raise your hand. We'll unmute you and you can ask your question directly. Just to kind of kick things off, one of the things that was running through my mind and which I kind of heard as a common thread through a lot of these presentations is an opportunity and a provocation to think of the archive as information infrastructure, which can support all sorts of counter-historical practices, which can support social justice advocacy, which can support planning processes, inclusive planning processes, and challenge historical silencing. And I just want to kind of come in with something that I've been grappling with a lot about, and I want to pose it to this panel, especially because we have architects and planners in our midst here, which is that a lot of these archives and these kinds of subaltern and counter-historical archives are taking the form of digital archives, right? And I'm just wondering what is it that we risk losing when we give up on the brick and mortar archive as a kind of material embodiment of an archive and as of information infrastructure. And has this been something that the panelists have grappled with, thought about, and are there ways to think of the digital and the physically embodied brick and mortar archive as linked interfaces in a way in which we can connect the two and come up with new ways of building archives for our cities? If anyone would like to weigh in on that.
I can go first. I just have a few loose thoughts. I really enjoyed listening to all the panelists. And when Ayona was showing, the picture of the Sarkari office, the storeroom with all these, with like shelves after shelves of those yellowing files, I was thinking about the form of our archive. And, it's a bit similar, except for that it's an Excel sheet. And it's a very messy Excel sheet on which so many people have worked. There's so many like multiple copies and, sheets after sheets. And I think definitely when things become digital, I think it also becomes more accessible. Maybe, definitely not to everyone again. And I think that's a conversation we've been having in the group, how, WhatsApp helped reach out to so many people, which a simple website, cannot. And what are the barriers in a sort of digital platform? But I think what we have lost in the process, just thinking out loud, perhaps if there was a brick and mortar sort of a space, would be, I guess, walk-ins, just people, coming in because they shared, some of that experience or curiosity, and that builds this network of solidarity that we are trying to build now nationally, internationally. Perhaps maybe that's something which is not possible, though we do try, through the contribute form like you've seen, but how accessible is that? How sort of humane is it? Do you really feel like filling that form versus, if there are people like you who are thinking like you, who live in like this locality, you might want to just go down there or, at least just write to them that you're going to visit. So maybe that's something we don't have in this process. But at the same time, I think what keeps us going is that we are a collective. We're not doing this alone. And I think just, the regular sort of meetings over the last 3 years, there is no pattern really. We've been meeting like every month or sometimes in 3 months and sometimes like every week for a few weeks. So I think that definitely has kept us going. But what about the other people out there, who also want to connect to this sort of a network? Maybe that is something which our digital archive is not helping facilitate. There are lots of people who've written to us, but I think that network we haven't been able to perhaps tap into. But Tripti, Rike, what have been your experiences in this? Do you feel the same? Please feel free to add.
Yes, perhaps just to add one point, we had really, as Swati said, a lot of internal discussions. And we think definitely that also the direct connection gets lost if we have it only digitally. So now when we launch it, we also were thinking about to have a traveling exhibition, to go to different places in Delhi, because we also are totally aware that this spontaneous discussions are not taking place. And we think really something you can't present online. Also, Siddarth, we had a discussion last Saturday that some privacy issues are there. You can't put everything out, which you can really have in a private and safe space. And I think also land tenure aspects, which is really directly connected to our topic of informal areas. It goes about politics, it's about money, really, it's about power. And I think this is really difficult to transform it in a digital space. And I think we have to, in the future, also think about different formats, how to bring these aspects together to see the beauty of digitalization. I think nobody from us wants to deny it, especially in the last year. I think we are all a little bit sick of sitting in front of our computers. But on the other hand, it's also nice because really the connection all over the world is possible, within India, everywhere. But I think we have to see also the danger that we really, from our side, when we try to create inclusive cities, which tools are we using to do it?
I think if I can pick up on those points, the argument I was making with information infrastructure is very much that we can't look at only one thing or the other. Particularly if you think about the built environment, it's easy to see this built environment as in itself, as a kind of archive in itself, but also then not be aware of its history and sort of put our own biases and our lens on it. And often, obviously, it's been with slums that we look at it and think disorder and unsanitary and so on. So my point really was that it is actually an infrastructure, which means it's a network. And in this network, each node of information has its own sort of logics, but its own sort of context. So we have to see these built environments as archives, but in the context of how they are being read by different types of paradigms, such as the paper archives, which actually gives us a very different way of understanding the incrementality of building, and then see that this is not necessarily illegal or informal, that they came about because of a particular kind of historical genealogy, but then also see them from the drone imagery and look at from above and see the clean orderliness of the ridge above and the disorderliness of the so-called slum below, and then think, well, this needs to go. So I think, yeah, the information infrastructure for me works as a better paradigm to think of how information is reorganized and how information is both paper-based, but also sensory and material, but also born digital. And some of this born digital documentation may well be a very kind of bottom-up narrative. But then born digital, as Swati and team are talking about, it's also subject to manipulation, and we know that very well. It's in the hands of very people who are committed to speaking the stories. They can form an enormous sort of resource, but in the hands of others, it can be manipulated to speak a different kind of story. So all of these things are information, and each information has to be seen in a context.
But just to also add to this is that at QAMRA, we don't envision a digital interface as our primary interface with the users, because the physical spatiality of the archive itself is also very important for the information being housed there, but also because we think of QAMRA as a living archive, which will be involved with the communities it is archiving, with the voices it represents within itself. So the archive that we have in our minds is an archive that can physically host spaces and meetings and facilitate the creation of more networks across the country. So I think this physical aspect would also be lost through a primarily digital interface.
I just wanted to add to that, to what Siddarth said, and what I thinking about the Missing Basti project, which is such a powerful project, I feel that when it is only digital, it adds to the silence that I'm talking about in one way, that there is the Basti which has gone missing and it remains missing. But if you were somehow able to create a marker physically in that place where the Basti was, I think that would be very, very powerful. So I think that the physical if there is some way in which you can mark that missing Basti, physically, I think there would be, something would change. Because here, when it's digital, it remains missing if you wish to, ignore it. And I mean, that's something I felt that I think the physical could be a very strong way of marking presence, and especially in the Missing Basti project. I think the physicality has a big role to play. So I would urge you to consider that.
Can I quickly add, Bharat? Can I respond quickly? Tripti, do you want to go ahead?
Just one thing, I think, Malini, that's a really powerful idea of somehow marking that physical, especially with respect to Bastis. I want to quickly bring up one point, though, with respect to digitally archiving of things, which is just accessibility to marginalized communities. And that's something that we as a collective have been battling with for a long time. When we're saying that we're making rights and simplified information about rights accessible to people who live in Bastis and to marginalized communities, the fact of the matter is they don't have smartphones, and access to smartphones is even more limited for women or for basically non-male genders in these communities. So I think if we're making an archive that is supposed to be accessible, that is meant for the people who these stories belong to, digital is a very big barrier. And so we do have to think about what are the other alternate spaces that we can use to archive information and data of this sort.
Thanks, Tripti. And Malini, I also have a question for you, but just to quickly respond, yeah. So today the city has been built, on on the busties. Not all of them. Some of the busties are still there, but maybe the households have reduced or people have been sort of dispersed. The civic center, for instance, in Delhi has been built on a basti. So many Ambedkar, the auditorium which was built recently has been built on a basti. So many, I think developments have come up. And one of the conversations that you're having in the group, there's a filmmaker, Gauri, she was talking about it. Gautam was also talking about it. We can just project in a way like a projection on these buildings of what was there before, or some way of sort of marking physically, or just like the idea of that physical, that what used to be there, which we have lost. I think these are definitely things we want to keep trying. Yeah, quite challenging though. And I think this is the first step. My question, Malini, for you was, so definitely as a planner, as an architect, your research has been really interesting for me. What were the backgrounds of most of the people that you were speaking to? Were they all, older men from the same background, let's say, more sort of affluent background? Because that is basically planning today in India, right? And was there any sort of that sort of an analysis also that you looked at? Because the problems that we have, our cities are designed for the people who have designed them, right? I mean, that's really the issue. So if the planners were from a different background, were from a more diverse background in terms of, gender, age, caste, economic background, then our cities would be so different today. I was wondering if you looked at that and what were your insights?
Right. Actually, I didn't, I haven't really spent any time getting into the structure of, how is the composition of the planning professionals. So these were, when I did my doctoral work, and I realized that many of these people are no longer around and nothing has been written at all. So it was in fact one of an 88-year-old planner who was on my committee. In conversation with him, I drew up this first list of people who I had to catch and record their experiences. So even this idea, we keep saying it's colonial and it's an import. But when you start talking to each of them, I try to understand where they studied, who they studied under, and all of these things, and to understand what their planning knowledge and what their practices and even the standards that we use in India, to try and understand where it comes from, because these were the people who came in and actually made them the practice. You had a standard, the first standards that were drawn up for the Delhi master plan become practice. So but at the same time, except for one planner who, many of them came from small towns, but they all were in a position to, they didn't come from not all of them came from privileged backgrounds, but they did have access to scholarships at that time. I wouldn't say that somehow once you entered architecture, most of them were architects and there were a few engineers. So if you did well in your course, you had the opportunity to go to Britain. So, and some of them availed of scholarships because they were not very well off. And some of them used the teaching profession because it gave them an assured salary. So there were, not all of them were very privileged, but of course, some of them came from very privileged backgrounds. I have tried, the only place which has all these records is the IIT-B, the Institute of Town Planning India. Town Planners India, and I am in the process of getting into this kind of detail, understanding how many women there are, how many, what is the structure and what are the backgrounds. But I haven't seen any paper which kind of lists this yet. Yeah.
So we have a raised hand from Menak. Menak, would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, my question is for Ms. Malini. So as you are telling, there has been a lot of colonization, effect of the Britishers in our urban history and, archiving the urban history. Is it why? Because the idea of collecting data for urban development was started in the British India itself. Like, because whenever I read any mainstream history books about any cities, there is a very less data from the Mughal or Islamic or even the ancient, cities. So is that a reason why right now we are so much, focused, or I like so much engraved in the still the British way of archiving urban data?
Yes, absolutely. The thing is the laws, the institutions, and the practice, the way we, so the legislation, the institutional structure, and and the way we practice, what the codes, the standards, they are largely British. And then with few borrowings from Germany and a few borrowings from the US. And that is changed over time. Like today, you'll have concepts which come in from the US more. In fact, Britain has moved away from the system that we are using right now in 1970. But we are continuing with the master plan tradition that UK abandoned in 1970. And very interestingly, our planners who come here, who get trained abroad and came back, were mostly all of these first crop of planners actually get educated abroad, and they come here. And post 1970, you don't have people going to the UK and studying. So this shift that happened in the UK doesn't get reflected in India. So it's almost like there's a stagnation, and we start creating our own locally trained planners. And recently we have consultants who have studied abroad again, but often they don't know how to interact and work within the existing systems of government. So as external consultants, they don't have they kind of respond to government projects, but they don't really know how to kind of modify things often because they're outside the system. And they have to engage with the existing system. So yes, I mean, you're bang on that we have the kind of systems we have because they are completely imported.
We have a question from Ishita, who says, these are archives of varied voices and a wide range of forms. Primarily, the underlying intentions are so different from a conventional archive. Did the standards of archiving come in your way? How did you address them while creating your projects? And this is for everyone in the panel. If anyone wants to weigh. I think the question is basically existing. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So I think, yes, for sure, archival standards exist. But in our work, what we've found is that the material dictates everything. Material takes up all our attention, and we cater to the material. So we sometimes have to bend our archival standards, be it standard description, and for things like appropriate storage in archival standards. For example, we have so much paper material, and providing them proper acid-free storage would entail an exorbitant sum of money. So we have to end up making do with what we have at the moment and what works the best right then. So I would say that archival standards exist, and they make a good guideline to sort of plan your archive around, but the material you do house will throw a lot of spanners in the works here and there, because they're prone to destruction, they're vulnerable, they might not conserve properly. So just listen to your material and what it's going to tell you and how it wants to be housed.
Would anyone else like to weigh in?
Yeah, I can add, maybe not on standards as much as, what were the important sort of, factors for us. Simply just getting the data was, one of the biggest challenges, and also collating it. So we got it from multiple sources. So we have academics like Gautam and Veronique Dupont, from who the data came primarily. And then a lot of social workers. So Shakil, who's been working for decades on ground, and also organizations like Housing and Land Rights Network. So just getting all of that and figuring out where are the gaps, and also verifying data, fact checking it. So accuracy became really, really important. And as also mentioned, consent, especially if we are putting up personal accounts. So just making sure the person has been represented in the way that they want to be represented in, and they understand, what this means, putting their video out there, for example. I was actually also still mulling over what Malini had said, which is about the physicality of these places, and just the fact, the absence of them, and how do you physically represent the absence of them, because there's something else there. And what comes to mind is, for instance, if we can draw parallels. So, the First Nation people in, for example, Canada, one of the sort of act of reparations and making amends for the past is that wherever you are, if you give an address, you also say whose territory, erstwhile territory that location is on. So, so you say, okay, my home is here, and this land, used to belong to, this community, and basically acknowledging that that sort of loss and eviction. And I'm wondering if at some point our cities will get to that, that they are able to acknowledge how many people have been forcibly removed from those plots of land, and what used to be there is as important as what is there today. Just a random thought, and I think that I would like to think that we can get to that point. So something to mull over.
Swati, I don't know if we have time for this, Bharat, but I just wanted to say that, the Missing Basti project is actually something which is very specific in one sense to the fact that Delhi and its land, the fact that all of Delhi's lands was acquired. I think there is a correlation between that whole, Bastis being created and the dispossession that followed, is because you had land being of the entire area of Delhi being acquired by government, and then not enough housing being put out. And I think Gautam has talked about this and written about this, but this is not the case in other cities, and because land acquisition has not happened. And I think that, in Delhi's case, then there are many questions about this is public land. And then why so it should, ideally, you could have regularized the people who lived on that public land. I mean, here was an opportunity to actually give housing to people, but that did not happen. And it's not the case in other cities often, but in Delhi for sure it was a possibility because the land was publicly held. Just wanted to make that point.
Also the violence, which is a part of removing people, right?
Yes,
the forced removal, and there's a due process.
We have to, I think, maybe let's wrap up the session for now, and we can continue the conversation over chat, and we have a Milli Discord. So I'm going to plug the Milli Discord and say that urge everyone to join it and get in touch with each other and continue the conversation there. So we're running slightly late for our next session. I think we'll take a 10-minute break and be back at 4:50 for the next session on archiving in and from South Asia. If you folks want to take a break or something, go ahead. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all of you for this wonderful panel and the conversation.
Thank you, Bharat. Thanks all the panelists.
Aparna is here?
Yeah.
Hi. So I know that there's that Google Doc for the bios for the next session, but okay. Mr. Sundar just WhatsApp me a bio. Can I send it to you on Signal? Would that be fine?
Yeah, sure.
Should we quickly do tech checks?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking we can start with Ali Usman and then have Mr. Sundar and then say Javaid, Ponni, Arasu, and Shamik Mishra going at the end.
Okay.
It's basically alphabetical order.
Okay. Sure.
Ali Usman, if you can all 5 of them be made co-hosts? Sorry.
Yes, I'll do that, Bharat.
Usman, can you hear us? Do you have a presentation? Would you like to just do a quick tech check?
I just want to share my screen. I just want to go through a website that we have.
Okay, great. Do you want to just test it out? You're co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
Okay. In a moment.
Maybe you could ask the speakers to switch on their videos.
Yeah. If the speakers could switch on the videos, that'd be great. Ponni, we've made you co-host, so you will be able to share your screen during your talk. If you want, you can just do a quick check after Usman. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Is this the website that you'll be sharing during your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we can see.
Yeah, thank you.
Ali, what about that app?
App is, I can talk about it, but to screen share it, because it's on Android, so that's the problem.
Okay.
Let me just try something.
Okay.
Maybe you can drop the name of this in Play Store. People can download it or something.
Yeah.
Sure.
Ponni, do you want to go next and just try out your slide? Make sure there are no glitches.
Ponni is fine, Bharat. So funny.
Okay.
I'm like, who's Arasu? What, my father? No, just Ponni is fine. Just hold on 1 second. My computer is a bit slow, so bear with me. Does anyone else have to check anything? Because things are just very slow. Yeah.
No, I thought that Citizen Matters interview, because it's public domain, I could quote it.
Siddarth, yeah. Mr. Sundar or Shamik, do either of you have presentations?
No, I don't have any presentation, Venkat.
Okay.
I don't have either. I have a note that I'll go through.
Okay, cool.
So I have pretty long bios for all of you. So, reading out the bios will get into our talking time. So I'm going to introduce all of you in one go briefly. Now, what we can do is, if you would want to amplify the name of your organization, whichever one you represent, you could put that, rename yourselves with the, like mine is Aparna Milli Collective. So you could rename yourselves with the name of your organization. Because when you're on YouTube, then your organization's name will show as well. Like shorten your names, like could take out the first name or something, or just like make it S Ganeshan. Like keep the part of the name which is dear to you. And you could add your organization's name.
Is Nasir here? I don't think Nasir's joined.
I don't see him in the list.
Yeah.
So can we keep the format as like all of you talk for 5, 7, 8 minutes about your work, or about, does anybody have presentation other than Ali? Ponni, you have a presentation, is it? How much time do you need?
I don't have a presentation. It's just two like PDFs that I want to screen share, but
so
my computer is acting up. My talk is a bit longer because Siddarth's email had said 10 to 15, so I think I'm going up to 15. Is that okay?
Okay, wait, let me, I think Siddarth, because yeah, sure, you can, but let Siddarth just tell us what he would, how he would, because I was assuming it's in a different way. Siddarth? Maybe he's going to get some water.
Yeah, I think we told, we said 15-minute presentations for each speaker and then 15 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. So the order we'll go in is Ali Usman, and is Mr. Nasir Javaid coming?
I don't know. I've asked Siddarth to check. He's not logged in yet. He did confirm earlier. Let me just quickly pause.
Yeah, so just let me know. And then we have Ponni, and then we have Sundar, and then we have Shamik. Shamik, we only have you down as the scholar researcher from your organization. If you want to, you can just message me some little bit of bio information.
Well, nothing required. Actually, I'd like to be identified as an archivist from Madam Puraskar Pustakalaya. That would be very nice. Yeah.
That's illustrious enough for you. Okay, great.
I think Nasir is here. Nasir, can you hear us? Can Nasir be made a co-host?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find his name in the list.
NASIR.
Yeah.
Bharat, did you call me? Sorry, I was just stepped away from.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's taken care of.
Okay, cool.
Hi, Nasir, can you hear us?
Yes, of course. How are you?
I'm quite well. Thank you for joining us.
Is it Siddarth or is it Sundar?
This is Bharat. Siddarth's also
Bharat.
here.
Okay.
Do you have a presentation or are you just going to speak? What do you have in mind?
No, I have a presentation, yes.
Okay. Would you like to just test it out once? Would you like to, you're a co-host, so you can share your screen.
Yeah, just a minute.
So Bharat, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers. That's basically all the time of the panel.
No, it's a 90-minute panel. So we have...
Bharat, what's the order for this panel?
I think we're going alphabetical.
Alphabetical, okay.
So everybody gets about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes.
Sorry?
Everybody gets about 10 to 15.
10 to 15 minutes, yeah.
So Bharat, you will keep time?
Sure, yeah, I'll do that.
And you will interrupt, huh?
Is it okay, Bharat?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yes.
Do you want to go full screen?
Good.
Sorry?
Do you want to try going full screen once and just scroll through the slides so that we can check if all the slides...
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Seems to have...
Is it visible enough?
Yeah. Do you want to just try scrolling a little bit? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And I have just 10 slides.
That's fine.
Super, yeah. I think we're all set then.
Yeah, we're all set.
So we can start.
Yeah, Javaid sir, do you want to switch on your video once? Just to check that, you know.
So just a general thing for presenters. It'll be really nice if you can keep your cameras on while you speak. It'll be nice to be able to see the person. But if you're having bandwidth issues, then you could try turning off your camera just so that the connection doesn't get weighed down too much. Shall we go? Shall I?
Yes, let's get started.
Okay, awesome. Welcome back, everyone. Our second panel for the day is titled Archiving in and from South Asia, India, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. We noticed that we don't often hear from our colleagues and peers in other South Asian countries about their experiences and challenges as archivists. So we thought we should put together this panel, bringing together archivists from 4 South Asian countries to see if there are shared challenges and insights, and if there are things that we can all learn from each other. And our moderator for this panel is Aparna Vaidik, who is a historian and an active member of the Milli Collective. Over to you, Aparna.
So, hi, everyone. Welcome to the Milli Collective session on archives and libraries in South Asia. Now, Milli Collective, as you know, came into being last year, and we so far have only online presence. But it's grown from strength to strength. And this time our registrations reached nearly 1,000. So, and we have sort of about 250 to 300 active viewers every day. So, we are feeling very chuffed with having brought together several archives. And today, the South Asianists from Nepal and from Pakistan. So here is what we're going to do. I'll introduce everyone, maybe as we go, so that you remember who's who. So and all the panelists will have about 15 minutes to speak, and it'll be nice if you stayed to the word limit, to the time limit, because there are 5 of them presenting. So we'll begin our panel today with Professor Usman Qasmi. He teaches, he's a historian at LUMS University, Lahore University of Management Studies. I'm just pulling up his bio. And he has published extensively in reputed academic journals such as Modern South Asia and Journal of Islamic Studies. He's actually worked on the Ahmadiyyas. So his book is, he's the author of Questioning the Authority of the Past, the Ahl Quran movement in the Punjab. His second monograph is titled The Ahmadis and the Politics of Religious Exclusion in Pakistan. And he was the recipient of the Karachi Literature Festival Peace Prize in 2015. So, you not only have a historian, but you have a celebrity from Lahore addressing you. Yeah, Lit Fest. That's like the star that all of us historians vie for. Dr. Qasmi has co-edited several edited volumes as well, which include revisioning Iqbal as a poet and a Muslim political thinker, The Shia Modern South Asia, Religion, History and Politics, and Muslims Against the Muslim League, Critiques of the Idea of Pakistan, which I'm sure would not have made him very popular with his establishment. So he's here today talking about an archives, a digital archives that his students and they have put together. And hopefully he'll get a chance to talk about the app also that his students have created for people like me when I visit Lahore.
Thank you so much, Aparna, for such generous introduction. And I have 6 minutes, 10 minutes?
Take 15 minutes.
Okay, 10, 15 minutes. So yeah, I mean, it's always a pleasure to talk to you and to be, I'm grateful to be invited again to this particular forum. It's a fantastic initiative. I learned so much last time as well about so much work being done, new archives being created, explored. And I think in the South Asian context, where history is really at the heart of politics, I would say that's the everydayness of history in our lives, in our politics, is a reminder of the importance which archives have as well. I mean, people tend to look at archives only in terms of some kinds of repositories of some authentic facts which are out there, which have been collected, which have been put together, and really, people question the politics of the archive itself. For historians, I think the politics only extends to the it's only to the extent where they would like to undermine the archives, but even that requires engagement with the archive itself anyways. But I mean, today I just want to briefly talk about some of the public archives which have come into existence in Pakistan, and I think it's important that we understand as to how archives are built, how the collections they are put together. There is a process, there is a method in that madness. It's not a random process. It is part of a structure. It's part of a narrative, which it's the curation of the archive itself is important in shaping the historical narrative. That's what I'm trying to say. And then I'll talk about some of the work which I've been doing here at LUMS, along with my colleague, Dr. Ali Raza, and with our students at LUMS. Now, so in case of Pakistan, I think, since I'm these days working on the ideas of citizenship in Pakistan, I'm looking at a lot of archival data, which is available, which has been declassified by the Pakistani government. And I was amazed to see imagine in 1947 with such a massacre going on, the massive influx of refugees and the kind of pressures that both the Pakistani and the Indian state were facing. And yet at the same time, both states were very, very eager about one thing, and which was the transfer of documents and books and manuscripts and paintings, as a recent thesis which come out of Cambridge explains. That amidst all of this, this was in fact not tangential to the state-making process. It was central to it for two reasons. One was that both states required access to records to be able to ascertain various kinds of claims which were being made by these refugee citizens towards the post-colonial state, asking for protection, asking for visas, asking for property allocation, evacuate property, and so on and so forth. So they required an exchange of documents to take place. And secondly, it was based on these museum artifacts, based on these archival data, that the Indian and Pakistani state were trying to project themselves as modern nation states with an ancient past. So on the Pakistani side, the impression was that we have lost a lot of our cultural heritage because much of it is now in India. So when the discussion started about the India Office Library, for instance, the Pakistani demand was that the entire collection should be shifted to Pakistan because Karachi is a much more incredible capital city, much more exciting capital city than Delhi, was one of the reasons. And secondly, because Pakistan wanted to project itself as an inheritor of the Mughal state. So if there's anything which is Mughal, it should automatically go to Pakistan, right? So there is, again, like I said, that the archive is not neutral. There's politics behind it. The next step is that eventually, as Pakistan puts resources together, and the kind of public archives, or the idea of a public archive as it emerges in Pakistan, is focused on making certain kinds of histories available. So, in the National Archives of Islamabad, for instance, if you go, you will find Jinnah papers, Muslim League papers, Fatima Jinnah papers, all available, neatly cataloged, brilliantly arranged, available off the shelf. You do not even have to ask for, any kind of permission to just pick. You can pick up any of these shelves of these documents from the shelves and start scanning it, reading it, taking notes. So in that sense, over the years, the Pakistani state has made sure that if you want to work on Jinnah, Muslim League, two-nation theory, that archive is available. So there is, again, in what the state makes available very easily and makes it difficult to access other material, is also part of the entire structure of historical narrative and historical scholarship as it has emerged in Pakistan. So which leaves us with the question as to, what about other histories? What about histories of working classes, Dalits, women, and other marginalized groups? And this is where I think our work becomes important. And for us, we follow this advice which Professor Ayesha Jalal, when she was visiting Lahore, and she said that in case of Pakistan, unlike India, where I think, I've not been able to work at the National Archives in India, but I think it's much better organized, is much more rich in terms of its content. Whereas in Pakistan, Professor Ayesha Jalal's statement was that you have to create your own archive. To become a historian in Pakistan means that you go on, it's kind of exciting. It's that you go out in the field, you talk to people. People are generous most of the times. They open up their private collections. You collect those documents, pamphlets, journals, and you use it for your historical scholarship. So in that sense, in case of Pakistan, especially post 2000 period in which most of our young historians are now emergent, they have all been doing this. They have been creating their own archives, right? And this is where we thought, Professor Ali Raza and myself, we thought that we all collect material which is relevant to our research. So I collected material for my book on the anti-Ahmadi violence. Ali Raza collected book on communist internationalism. Our colleague Anusha Malik has collected material on, communist movements, revolutionary movements in Lahore. But once we are done with our dissertations, with our books, it's mostly, we no longer use that material, but it does not mean that we have exhausted the kind of reading of that material. It's still useful for other kinds of projects. So we reached out to our colleagues, and this is how the concept of a digital archive, we started the digital archive, that where we focus on that we would curate it in a manner that it speaks about, it helps to retrieve histories which are not spoken of in case of Pakistan, which are important, which help to amplify the voices of the marginalized. So I'll just now share my screen with you and show you some of the collections that we have acquired and some aspects of what we're doing with it now. So because that in itself will explain that the curation of the archive will explain as to what is the politics of our digital archive. So for instance, one collection that we have is Professor Ishtiaq Ahmed collection. Professor Ishtiaq Ahmed conducted several hundred interviews of people who serve, of partition survivors, and he recorded their testimonies for his book on the partition of Punjab and the violence that happened. And so these were collected, I think, over a period of almost 20 years in diverse, in India, in Pakistan, in UK, Singapore, Sweden, America, all different sorts of places. So there are hundreds of such testimonies, recorded testimonies, which we acquired. And if you go through this collection, so the idea is not simply to make this material available out there in the form of some kind of a digital heap. Things get lost in such kind of, it has to be explained. There have to be proper notes about it. And this was the much bigger project than simply acquiring it, or than simply digitizing it. So Professor Ali Raza specifically was working with a group of students to make sure that the students go through each one of these interviews. They identify themes, they identify names, areas which have been which the person talks about, and so as to make it searchable, so that people who are working on partition violence, and let's say they are looking for information as to what happened in Tuba Tek Singh, what happened in Gujranwala, what happened in Malikotla, what happened in Ambala, so they can narrow it down to, if possible, and they go straight to that particular locality and see which of the interviewees has talked about these places, what is the information which is available, and sort of facilitate the reading of the archives. That is one major project in which we are trying to make sure that the testimonies of partition survivors is recorded. And we realize that other people are also doing that. But in our case, we are making it, we have curated it in a manner that makes it more accessible, which makes it more easier for the researcher as well to get information out of it. Another example of a project which is relating to violence, which is extremely important from our perspective, is about the abduction of women and children, which took place at the time of partition. We know that the official figure talks about close to, I think, 90,000 women, and there are officially recorded statements, data about the names of these women, where they came from, their caste, their father's or husband's name, their age. And what was more surprising was the name of the abductor as well. which dispels this kind of notion that we used to have, that much of this killing, much of this violence from abduction was carried out people who were from outside of that village space or that mohalla. No, in most of these recorded instances of abductions, people knew exactly who the abductors were. And they identified them with their names, with their caste, with their kinship, with their addresses, and all the way down to the village level. So, but again, and this is where the sensitivity of archival data and archival research also comes in, because it still is something which is very, it's not like something which people have forgotten, that there's some degree of closure, or that we realize also the kind of exploitation to which such kind of data can lead to. That is why we want to curate it. We have almost we have data for almost 15,000 women and children who were abducted. And obviously, the question of keeping their identities secret, because in many cases there is a possibility that some of these women are still alive. Some of the children who were abducted are still alive. So it's important to safeguard so we came up with a system whereby we could safeguard the identity of these victims, and yet use that information of about 15,000 women.
2 more minutes.
To sort of generate a heat map. And because and this is where technology becomes important, that if you generate a heat map, it gives you ideas, indications about which areas were important, as to why is it that a certain kind of a cluster is taking shape, as to why there's a more incident of the incidence of violence or abduction is more pronounced in one area than the other. Is it because it was near a railway crossing? Was it because of a major town? Because it was some kind of a prehistory of violence or whatever? That's the kind of, it's an ongoing project, and we're looking for further information, especially from the Indian side of Punjab, to develop this project further. But these are 2 examples. I think I could go and talk about some other projects about Punjabi literary journals, because that is, again, all of it leads to, it gels with our own idea that Punjabi becoming a more marginalized kind of a language with little engagement with its literary traditions. It is important that we foreground voices, we enable research which explores the complexity, the richness of Punjabi literary histories, and so that it becomes a possibility of expanding the scope of Punjab studies, going beyond the narrow frames of a criminalized violence, of a criminalized past, explore the literary history for another kind of an imagination. Some of our ongoing projects, we are in the process of building it up, which especially there's a project on women in public service in Pakistan. We're collecting data, we're collecting interviews from women who have served in some capacity as bureaucrats, as officers, or in some other role in public service. So with all these different kinds of projects, what I would like to conclude is that we try to offer a parallel kind of an archival structure, so that there can be other kinds of history writing which go beyond the narrow nationalistic kind of frames. And they, instead of a very parochial kind of a focus, they help us broaden our horizons and talk about, in our case, for instance, talk about Punjab on both sides, overcome the burdens of these visa regimes, of these border regimes, making this material available out there so that people, even if there are travel restrictions, can still think about, or there is still a possibility of writing history of Punjab, which takes into consideration both sides of Punjab as it exists. So I think I'll stop here for now, and later I can answer some other questions.
Thank you, Ali. So a question that maybe we can come back to in the Q&A is, what struck me was that you're using 2 scripts, but there are 3 languages there in your materials, right? There is Urdu, there is Punjabi, and there is English, but there are 2 scripts. So the thing of language and scripts is something I would be keen on knowing more about. but I'm sure there'll be other questions, but there's something that struck me. So thank you for your presentation, Ali. Now, next we have Ponni speaking, and I'm going to introduce her to you. Now, Ponni is a queer feminist activist, performer, lawyer, and historian. She was part of the Nigah Queer Collective and the Anjuman JNU Students Queer Collective in Delhi. She's also a member of Voices Against 377 Network and worked at the Alternative Law Forum in Bangalore. She has published on issues of queer women and the law in India. As an she identifies herself as an oral historian. She has documented women's movement in India and local public political histories of the Dravidian movement in Tamil Nadu. And she'll be sharing some PDFs with you. Yeah. So Ponni, you have 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm excited to be talking about this because I don't get to usually. I've been archiving various voices and movements since about 2010. Today, I know I'm on the South Asia panel to talk about Sri Lanka, but I won't be doing that though. I didn't grow up on this island and I haven't experienced that which those of my generation here have experienced. But we have some crucial affective things in common, language, for example. So I'll be connecting my emerging work in various parts of Tamil-speaking Sri Lanka with my long-standing work in different parts of the nation state, that's India. But here I want to make a caveat, and I'm happy to go after our previous speaker because he ended with saying Punjab on either side, right? So I want to make this caveat and say that as those interested in the archive that goes beyond the institutional and the hegemonic, we should also find newer language to speak with one another as people living, working, are from, and have different passport colors of different nation states that goes beyond these political boundaries. I, for instance, can and am mostly only interested in speaking about and from the vantage point of those who speak my language. This framework is influenced deeply by national boundaries, but it's not subsumed by them. Also, my intention will never be that those who speak my language exist in a rarefied, isolated formation. Nevertheless, they and that language is the vantage point from which I wish to view the world. This is deeply connected to my political ethos and in finding a spot on the margin with rigor, clarity, creativity, and expanse to speak with, from, and about. And as for archives and knowledge creation, working, writing, teaching, primarily in Tamil, except for the occasional awesome instances like right now, this is my radical decolonizing practice of myself and for those around me, students, colleagues, communities. But next year, I will personally make sure somebody who grew up on this island can speak at this wonderful event. But that'll be deeply influenced by the choice to live stream because unlike the partition, we're not far enough from the war here. And the fact that this is being live streamed or the fact that it's online will have a profound influence on who can speak and about what from Sri Lanka. So on that note, I want to go into the contents of my talk. I have these scanned drawings that I want to screen share actually. Because I'm tickled by doing something so not high-tech in today's day and age. 1 second. Okay. So, sorry. I'll just keep speaking while someone fixes my screen. So I often grapple with the idea of what it is we are archiving when we archive the oppressed, those who are silenced, those who are left out. We know clearly what we aren't doing, but when we get to the, sorry, you need to go to view and put full screen view. But when we get to the question of what we are doing, we are left with the words that I just used, silence, left out, etc., which are things that are done to them. or identity tags, which are important, but when made essential, they can be essentializing. I'm only interested in identities when they make room to breathe, be, speak, and not when they serve the purpose of closing the borders, shutting ourselves and others down. Besides, how these identities live, as we all know, is much more complex than the tags can describe. So what is it that we are archiving? I have played with these seemingly macro categories when talking about archives that are seemingly micro. And these words, macro, micro, are all normative ones that I'm disrupting by mushing them together into a big, awkward, and creative ball of thought, and someday conceptual language. So these ideas are time and place. So I want to talk about these as they live and breathe in 4 archival projects that I want to share with you today. Before that, by time, I mean Ella Shohat's palimpsest with Sanjay Subramaniam's textures brought together and Jackie Alexander's re-scrambling of time. But in essence, if nothing else sticks, please remember that time as I see it in the archive is not linear in the least and may even be a shape that makes some sort of a whole. So with the archive of the women's movement of the 1970s in Tamil Nadu, Bombay, Delhi, Hyderabad that I was involved in, one ML activist of that time who organized women's groups and spoke of feminism and liberation in the forests in the midst of the armed struggle and fought her male comrades to do this, asked me, "Why are you interviewing me? I thought you were archiving the women's movement." To me, there was no doubt in my mind that her voice was a significant one that must be included in that archive. But to her, that was not so. I wondered whether I am being anachronistic, and maybe I was. But while making an archive of the women's movement in the 2010s, given the ways in which analyses of caste and class have evolved within feminisms and women's movements in the nation state that's India, this voice from the 1970s is an important reminder. So this points to an important relationship between time and discourses and how the archivist may understand it. We need to view this relationship not so much through strict parameters. It must hold a fundamental political creativity that expresses the effort of making the archive as a whole and as layered as it can be. It should never be whole, perhaps shouldn't be, but the expression of the effort to make it so is an important part of our political creativity. Simultaneously, it must also be deeply influenced by that which we want to say or express to the world we're living in now, even if this is slightly or more rupturous of the borders of linear time, then so be it, because the work is more important than anything that's straight and narrow. Happy Pride, everyone. In my work with the uncles of the village of Sulur in Coimbatore district in Tamil Nadu, I mapped the public political sphere from the 1950s to the 70s, from the perspective of working class men with laboring jobs, many in the textile mills, who found a deep political purpose, a way of being and a sense of self within the Dravidian movement, and some later within communism. I ended up seeing that while the Dravidian movement and all that it stood for, the love of Tamil, the unity among Tamils, etc., and the anti-caste language, gave my uncles something very crucial. They, who would have otherwise only been cogs in the wheel of the textile industry in what was known as the Manchester of India, got a sense of political meaning and significance that went beyond their mere survival. However, they were all of non-Brahmin, non-Dalit color caste. The Dalits of Sulur could not access the space of the Dravidian movement, or barely any. So here the relationship between political discourse and everyday life run along 2 parallel times. On the one hand, there's a significant challenge to Brahminical hegemony, which we cannot take lightly, which is seen as the basis of Tamilness itself. This is what's protecting my home state, at least to some extent, from the Sangis, even today. But simultaneously, there is the ongoing ancient timescape of everyday untouchability, caste-based spatial organization, resulting in human interactions or lack thereof, and intense, deeply visceral hierarchies that live within each and every one of us who hail from caste societies. The other archive is the one I've just begun to create of the stories of warriors in northern and eastern Sri Lanka with the work of one feminist visual artist as the connecting thread. For every interview, we open some sketch or soap sculpture or sculpture from thrown away plastic pens or a painting on a canvas made with the most inexpensive of crayons known as chalk in Sri Lanka. With that artwork as the basis, we try to map out that time. We're documenting histories of women's struggles, feminisms, poetry, the war, everyday life inside a militarized society, governance during war, the university space and education, familial ruptures and connections, and of course, art. In this case, what she's showing me is what is left after she and her art survived 3 decades of war. She has lost many along the way, canvases, artworks, fellow artists, friends. But she also knows she survived and in moments even thrived because of her art. If this was a Sri Lankan audience, I would share many more dark war jokes, like how we don't have her soap carving art anymore because at some point in the war, there was a massive soap shortage and everyone in her household bathed with her art. Here, the archive shows how time, that of a young woman growing up and trying to make a life of movements for justice, of cries and songs for peace, are disheveled. That time is ruptured, but it's there, resolutely there. Every day, every year, every moment, and in every breath. In this archive, that disheveled and powerful time lives on the canvas. The bits of paper where she drew, all the bizarre materials she found to sculpt with. These items and the stories she's reminded of when she sees them is the archive of that disheveled time, which will one day make for histories of resilience and survival, but also of creative flourish and thriving, even if there's no soap available and your family needs your art to bathe with. The last archive I want to bring in is the one where I'm documenting collective food growing practices of women in Sri Lanka, all of whom are impacted by the war. I have been and hoping to continue to bring these different groups of women to speak with one another, to have conversations that haven't been had before, like between wives of soldiers in the Sri Lankan army who have either died or are disabled by the war, and families of those who are victims of enforced disappearance. Both of these groups of women have taken to collective farming to feed themselves and their families, as they've both had to starve at different points in time. So the conversation they can start with now is the present of surviving in the midst of ruptures of traditional structures of familial support and earning and social mores of women's labor, mobility, etc. But the conversation is also about speaking beyond the ossified categories of ethnicity, about poverty, patriarchy, care work, and perhaps most importantly to them in an affective sense of re-nourishing the land. This is a good segue to move to our other so-called macro concept of place. Here, I mean place as a conceptual framework discussed by Doreen Massey and many more feminist geographers, interesting voices in critical space studies, etc. Massey has shown, as she says, places are processes too. So just as with time, remember as I go on that place as I'm referring to are not static entities, but are living, breathing, ever-changing processes. For the women collectively growing food, land that has been ossified at different points in time to be about nations and identities is interrupted. This work of growing food is taking us back to the fundamental essence and the mechanics of the land, to recreate it into a life-giving, life-sustaining entity and love it from that place, rather than rarefied identity categories like nations that may or may not quench thirst and quell hunger. From this point of view, we'll begin conversations about organic farming, about reclaiming indigenous plant varieties, etc., as all of that is of nourishing the land and thus us. And these processes too will be archived. In the context where the discourse of land has been used so widely to evoke militarism and destruction, this work of turning the soil and documenting it is a resolute return to creativity. It humbles me and inspires me every day, and I'm honored to bear witness to it. Remaining on the island, the archive of the war through art is full of maps of places and artists that the artist has lived in, maps of where the bombs fell, where the planes flew through, where the checkpoints were, where various guns were pointed towards students and others, where bunkers were dug, where she cycled to get art materials or go to art class, or where she sat down to draw. I still remember driving in these places, The first time I came to this island, all I saw was destruction, destroyed homes, schools, stunted trees. These stories I'm archiving now, they reclaim these war-torn terrain into a place of life. Any life lived in that terrain during this time would do that. This one does it, among other ways, through the art. This reclaiming of life from the ashes is really important to those of us trying to inspire young Tamil-speaking people of Sri Lanka to make art and to think, read, sing, rap, and do their own archiving, documentation, and analysis of their histories. We need to point towards this ash-filled terrain when we show them their legacy. It may be covered in ashes, but it's there. We say to them every day. I don't know if it'll rise like the phoenix and all of that, but it is there. Across the pond in Tamil Nadu, Sulur has to be mapped by caste. The progressive Dravidian movement's anti-caste life is lived by my uncles in the non-Brahmin, non-Dalit areas of the then village, now town. The Dalits, meanwhile, build parallel spaces within their own quarters for education, worship, political representation, and self-respect. The two maps are adjacent and completely separate. As South Asians, we know all too well the intimacy and segregation that is caste, so too is Sulur's map. So just to summarize quickly, archives of time and place, they make room for archives that are uninterested in the hegemonic. It makes room to draw the contours of the archive in a way that are not suffocatingly circumscribed by hegemonic powers, institutions, and categories. Instead, the hegemons rear their heads only when those at the center of our archives, the marginalized, address them. Simultaneously, it makes room for archives that are not boxed in or essentialized by our own identity formulations either, important and empowering as they may be. All this is only possible if we create ideas of time and place that emerge from the stories we hear as we build our archives. For each archive, they will be different and changing, and from this difference, complexity, and processual nature, we do not shy away. Thank you.
Lovely, Ponni. Amazing. Great parallels between both the speakers. Questions of language, space, and the archiving as an anti-hegemonic act, where the archive itself becomes an act of resistance. So great, lovely listening to you. Milli never ceases to surprise me. Sorry for the self-congratulatory notes. It's like, you know, okay. So we have next another speaker from Karachi, Pakistan, Mr. Nasir Javaid. Javaid sir, would you like to put on your video? If your bandwidth allows, otherwise we'll just go
Yes,
with...
yeah.
Okay, you're there. Okay, great.
I'll check if there will be some disruption. I'll just turn off my video.
Okay, good. So I'm just going to quickly introduce you, and then you can hold forth 15 minutes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sure.
Javaid Saab is the executive director of Mushfiq Khwaja Trust for the Advancement of Knowledge and Culture in Karachi, Pakistan since 2008. Now he's working on several projects together, and for which he's got grants, and he's collaborating with other folks on these projects. I quickly want to tell you about these projects because they're the most amazing collection of Urdu publications and literature that he's been able to bring together. So one project is on endangered Urdu periodicals and their preservation and access for vulnerable scholarly resources. Second is Urdu publications from Pakistan, then digital dictionaries of South Asia, cataloging Aslam Mahmood Urdu collection, digitization of rare Urdu printed books, cataloging and digitization of Pakistani film posters. So I hope we'll get to see some today. Yeah. And he has also digitized nearly 7 lakh images of rare Urdu journals, books, and dictionaries printed in 19th and early 20th century. So, Javaid Saab, your turn to speak.
Okay, thank you, Aparna. Hi, good evening, everyone. And
or you'll just speak?
Yeah, sure.
Are you going to share?
No, I'll just want to share the slides. Yeah.
Okay, you want to share? Okay.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Nasir, as Aparna has already introduced me. On behalf of Mushfiq Khwaja Trust for the Advancement of Knowledge, which was established in 2008, based on the private collection of Mr. Mushfiq Khwaja, who died in 2005. The aim to set up this archive was to preserve his personal collection, but also the other collection which were acquired simultaneously over the period of time, and make this collection available online for the researchers. Mushfiq Khwaja Trust Archives has around 55,000 literary books, journal, manuscripts, photograph, correspondence, film posters, etc. This collection also has digital resources, around 750,000 images of rare printed books, journal, and dictionaries. The objectives of this trust was to engage in preservation, microfilming, and other activities of like nature, to digitize research material and provide services related to those material, and to document the library's public and private collection of books, archives, particularly those which are found unattended and are threatened. To organize workshop, lecture, seminar, and other discussions on any subject relating to any branch of knowledge and culture and civilization. To provide consulting services to other libraries, archives, and other similar institutions. These are the list of projects we have done over the past couple of years. The first one, a major project, was with the Endangered Archive Program, British Library. This was preservation and access for vulnerable scholarly resources. We did this two projects, EAP 566 and EAP 839, one with collaboration of University of Chicago, and second one we did ourselves. Under this project, we have digitized around 632,000 images of 70 rare Urdu periodicals, and we made that available online through the EAP. The second project, we received a grant from National Endowment for Humanities, of course, with the University of Chicago collaboration. We did this project and documented the rare collection of two prominent Urdu authors and critics from Pakistan, Dr. Niyaz Fatehpuri and Dr. Farman Fatehpuri's collections. Again, in other project with collaboration of University of Chicago, we digitized the Kashar dictionary published from Jammu and Kashmir University, Srinagar. And we are also cataloging for Digital South Asia Dictionary, Blochi Dictionary, which was published from Calcutta in 1881. Another project with Stanford University Library, we have documented the rare collection of Mr. Aslam Mahmood from Lucknow. He's a well-known literary figure and DMR at Railway. We received this collection in 2019 after documented, and we are shipped this collection to Stanford University. In another project with Center for Research Libraries, we have digitized 19th century's Urdu rare printed books from Mushfiq Khwaja Trust Library. And in this project, we have digitized 35,000 images of 240 rare books. At present, we are digitizing Amir Khusro's publication with SAM. Rare Urdu Journal was our major project we have done with AAP, as Urdu periodicals has enormous significance for understanding Urdu culture and creation of new knowledge about colonial India. These Urdu periodicals has a wide range of variety of knowledge about religion, about science, women and children literature, literary criticism, history, politics, etc., etc. In order to digitize, we have set up the methodology and to get this work done. A panel of eminent Urdu scholars in the social sciences and humanities has selected 70 of the most important Urdu periodical titles on the basis of their historical importance and which are being threatened and not yet available as preservation. It was not an easy task to find a complete run of any Urdu periodicals available in South Asia libraries. So we have to identify the major libraries are holding in Pakistan and also in India, so that we can digitize each and every available issue of these rare Urdu journals. And after identifying this library, we have prepared the index of around 670 Urdu periodicals. Then we have selected best quality scanner for digitization. A trained staff perform the digitization of high quality resolution. As I mentioned earlier, that none of the library has complete run of these rare journals. So we have to borrow the material from other collaborating libraries. And after digitization, we have returned that material back to them along with the digital copies. With images, digital images, we also have prepared the comprehensive metadata of every single issue which we have received and digitized. And then we have stored these data into the external hard drives, and master copies were shipped to the endangered archive programs, and the copies are also laying at the University of Chicago Library for backup purposes. Then we have integrated these metadata and images in order to make that available for end user. And at last, it was not easy to locate or identify the copyright holders, because with the passage of time, many people have migrated to other countries, to US, UK, and some have been died. So it is quite difficult to locate the copyright holder and their heirs. To some extent, we have obtained a Creative Commons license from the copyright holders where it applicable, and put that material online for the research purposes. All these images are available at the EAP website, because it is costly to maintain a digital repository for the institution like us. And here I would like to share the list of Urdu periodicals. These are the titles we have digitized along with their publication and corresponding dates. Most of these titles contains women journals, children magazine, and literature and religion as well. It was our fortunate that we are able to access most of the title in complete run, like Ismat. We are able to digitize very first issue published in 1908 from Delhi, and the last one we have accessed in 2014. Even the family or the publisher are honored. They don't have a complete run or copies of the Ismat. Whenever they need anything, they just request us to locate and send us, provide us a digital copies of the required material. Similarly, we have also digitized around 900 issue of Tehzeeb-e-Nisa and other very important women periodicals, which start publication from 1898 to 1949. And also many religious periodicals we have digitalized. These are few images of the titles of these periodicals. Saki, published from Delhi, and after migration, it continues publications 1970s. And then Al-Nazir, Ismat, Humayun, Johar-e-Niswa, Shakar, and this was a nice advertisement I found to share with you guys. And this is a list of a few books we have digitized with Center for Research Libraries from our collections. Of course, these are Urdu books, but are rare. You can see the name of the book and their corresponding date. We are also, these are the images of the books rare we have digitized, and I would like to share this so that you can see how important the archival material we have digitized and make that available online through the EAP and through the Center for Research Libraries. And right now we have engaged a very important project to digitize the rare material ephemera of Pakistani film posters, because none of the institution in Pakistan has taken up to preserve these beautiful posters. We have around 2,000 posters of these films and booklets available in our collections. Now we have starting digitizing these material, and we'll definitely put these available online through some means. As you can see, these posters, and these are interesting ones. At last, I would like to share our collaboration institutions. We are collaborating with University of Chicago Library, Stanford University Library, Endangered Archive Program, Princeton University Library, Digital South Asia Library, SAM, and Roja Muthiah Research Library. I would like to acknowledge that while doing the NEH program, we also have a lot of assistance from Roja Muthiah Research Library for the name authorities and to do the other stuff. Then we are also collaborating at locally with Sharfabad Bedil Library Trust, Idara Yadgar Ghalib, Abdul Majid Khokar Yadgar Library, Gujranwala, and of course with the Culture, Tourism, Antiquities Department, Government of Sindh, and finally the State Bank Museum of Pakistan. I have done, before leaving, I would like to conclude that we don't have any resources from the government or from some private institutions whatever we are doing, we are generating our own resources and making, despite these limitations, we are making these things available for the researcher and student at large. And many students did their PhD on the basis of this material. We have digitized and made that available online through AAP and other sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Javaid sir.
Yeah.
I'd have to stop the screen share.
Yeah. Okay. Just a minute.
Must be on the top of your computer.
Stop. Is it fine now?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So what you saw was a rich collection of archival material, and the archivist talking about it. Now, one quick housekeeping thing. I don't have electricity anymore at home, so I'm connecting with, they call it the Milli curse, because one of us is always having some kind of crash. So Bharat's computer crashed, Venkat's something crashed, and yeah. So so if I get cut off, Bharat is going to take over. Yeah. So I'm using a phone Wi-Fi now. Okay, so let me introduce our next speaker to you. That's Mr. G. Sundar. And he's the founder trustee of Roja Muthiah Research Library and has been serving as its director since 2005. But he has been with the library since 1994. Now, he's trained as an archivist. He has worked on a number of preservation projects with grants from National Endowment of Humanities, Wellcome Institute for the History of Understanding Medicine, Mellon Foundation, Ford Foundation, Endangered Archives Program. Sundar has also been a consultant to various centers, including UNESCO, Center for Studies in Social Sciences, Kolkata, Madan Puraskar Pustakalaya, Nepal, and the Satyajit Ray Foundation, Kolkata. He is the author of the book, The Tall Man, Biju Patnaik, and written several articles, including a notable piece on the place and history of Jaffna Public Library. So you have we have a man who knows his archives well. So you have 15 minutes then?
Thank you, Aparna. Hello, all of you. My presentation is going to, it's not a presentation. What I'm going to talk can be categorized in 3 parts. One, I'm going to talk about some of the important projects that helped us when we latched onto them and how it helped us grow as part of the South Asia initiative. And then I'm also going to talk about some of the challenges that we have been facing. And if I have time, then I'll talk a little bit about the Roja Muthiah Research Library itself. The first part goes like this. These are some of the historical data that I wanted to present, which is very important for the growth of the Roja Muthiah Research Library and also similar other libraries in South Asia, like the Madan Puraskar, which I think Shamik would talk about, and also some of the collections in Pakistan. There was a very important project in called the Microfilming of Indian Publications Project. So the Roja Muthiah Library was set up in the year 1994. When it was set up, we didn't know anything about microfilming at that point. So we latched onto this program, and this MIPP is a joint initiative of the government of India and the US government. So there was an understanding to microfilm publications that were published before 1954, which comprised of 55,994 books, which was part of a publication called the National Bibliography of Indian Literature, which had books on all languages in South Asia. So the MAPP was executed by the Library of Congress in Delhi and also some of the field offices elsewhere. So when Roja Muthiah Research Library came into existence, we quickly got in touch with the Library of Congress, and then we started learning microfilming, cataloging, international cataloging, Mark 21 cataloging, and we also shared some of their burden. For instance, the MAPP had, I'm not sure how many titles, but about 1,500 titles of Tamil publications, which at least 50% of the publications were done by RMRL, microfilm by RMRL. Of course, some of the material came from the RMRL collection, some material came from the Tamil Nadu State Archives, and some material from other locations. And we also helped them in microfilming some of the Telugu material in Andhra Pradesh. So, in a way, the archiving history of RMRL is also the archiving history of MIPP, or vice versa. Thanks to this very important project that RMRL was able to really set up the microfilming project in a big way. And after that, we started training several other people in South Asia, both in cataloging and also in microfilming. I'm not sure if the MIPP program has been completed, because I did see that sometime back, some of the language material has still not been microfilmed. For instance, Odia was not published, microfilm. Simply for lack of access, people were not able to go there and find the right kind of people to work with. So after some time, there's also this very important project called South Asia Microfilm Project, centered in the Center for Research Libraries, Chicago. They initially started microfilming Sanskrit series books, and then moved on to other language material. So the CRL has been focusing on South Asian material. Either it was direct microfilming or copying microfilming, duplicating microfilms that were already microfilmed by some collections. For instance, there was a collection in the Center of Studies in Social Sciences, Kolkata. So this was duplicated, and this duplication work was done by RMRL. So RMRL came into the picture for duplication, so that's when we started duplicating a lot of material. Apart from the microfilms that were done by RMRL, RMRL also extended the support for duplicating microfilm reels from other collections. For example, this collection in the CSSSC in Calcutta. Then around 2000, the year 2000, there was an initiative to catalog all language material in South Asia and provide all the cataloging data in one platform called the South Asia Union Catalog Platform. So the initiative, the lead institutions were the University of Chicago in the US, and in India, the lead institution was the Roja Muthiah Research Library. But there were several universities in the US and also several institutions in India which got together for cataloging work, and they started delivering data to one central location, and this was made available on one platform. I think this website is still there. You can look up the South Asia Union Catalog Platform. So for this project, what we did was, we didn't know how many books have been published so far in all the Indian languages. The NBIL provides only a minimal data, and that's only 55,000 and odd books. But then how many books have been published, in Tamil, Hindi, Sanskrit, Odia, and so many other languages, Nepali, for instance. So we launched a major effort identifying the sources for these catalogs. One of the important sources was the gazettes, supplements along with the gazettes. So the cataloging data, this catalog was published along in this gazettes, and we found this material very useful, and we started digitizing them and making them searchable. And also the Tamil Nadu state had published a very important bibliography of 7 volumes called the Tamil Nadu State Bibliography, and we used this data as well. So now we had the data, but this data was not complete. So we had to go to different libraries looking for material, the original material, and we completed the data. And for some material, it is still not complete. That's a sad story. That's because this material we couldn't find anywhere. But the catalog data is there. So now, with this data, it's possible for us to go to funding agencies to identify material in specific collections and go after them for microfilming or then subsequently digitizing this material. At least for Tamil, it was very useful. We identified several collections. For instance, the Uwe Swaminathan Iyer Library collection in Chennai, the Maraimla Library collection also in Chennai, and a few other important libraries in Tamil Nadu were sought for microfilming and subsequently for digitization. So this, unfortunately, this project did not progress further because there were some issues with administering funding, funds and so on. So initially this the hub was supposed to be in Chennai, but then it shifted to Hyderabad, but it failed initially. I mean, then we couldn't work on this project further for want of funds. Initially, it was supported by the Ford Foundation, but then Ford Foundation shifted their focus elsewhere, so we couldn't get continued support for this particular project. So after that, it is the South Asia Open Archives initiative, which is a very important one again for RMRL, because of not just for RMRL, also for other libraries in South Asia. So long, it was these policies and these projects were singularly initiated by colleagues in the West. But this South Asia Open Archives program was a forum which was jointly formed by archivists, not only from the US, but also from South Asia. And all of us became founder members, and we were all working on equal footing to talk about projects, to talk about funding, to talk about infrastructure issues. And the focus was also mainly on the discovery and dissemination of whatever data has been digitized. For instance, the RMRL, some of the material that were digitized by RMRL is now available on this platform and also through JSTOR. So that's a very interesting thing for us. And then, apart from all these projects are all American initiatives. So there's also this British initiative, which is the Endangered Archives.
You've gone mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Nasir also talked about the Endangered Archives program, which is a British initiative. So this project, Endangered Archives program of the British Library, was launched to collect knowledge from all over the world. I think that's a brilliant idea, and anybody can write to them, and the proposals were reviewed through peer reviewing and process, and then they don't even look at who's asking for the money, but ultimately they do get the material delivered to both to British Library and also we get a copy here in South Asia. So this project, I think we got at least 4 projects from the EAP, and it was helpful that we were able to digitize or microfilm some of the aspect which was not done through the other projects earlier. The most important thing that we did was periodicals. For instance, the earlier projects were all focusing on books, but in AAP we focused more on the periodicals and other manuscripts. So that way, we were able to balance preserving our collections. So what I wanted to say was, through these projects or without these projects, it would have been impossible for us to preserve our material. Therefore, latching up with these initiatives, not only the Roja Muthiah Research Library, but other collections in Calcutta, in Delhi, Karachi, and also in Nepal, we were all able to come together, discuss our issues, problems, and find solutions, and also, get training, organize training programs for each other. And we have had several meetings in Calcutta, Nepal, Chennai, and in Colombo. Now let me move on to the challenges part. In India, at least, or maybe in Nepal, or I'm not sure in how it is in Pakistan, no universities have a proper collection of archival material that is used for their PhD programs, or they're all very, very limited in scope. Unlike the institutions in the West, so these collections the university collections are very, very weak. I don't think even the JNU has a vast collection of language-based material, regional material in their collections. So what does a PhD scholar do? They have to come to one of these private libraries for their research work. But the universities do not take cognizance of these collections. They simply, the PhD supervisor knows where the collection is, so they send their students to these collections, but they do not report back to the universities, or the universities do not upgrade their own collections like how they do in the West.
We have 2 minutes.
I'm sorry? Oh yeah,
you have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes, okay. So these archives and libraries, like the Roja Muthiah Library, we are based on, we depend only on project funding. So it's very difficult. We don't have a recurring grant. So we have to partner with an institute in the West, like the projects I have mentioned, without which it would be difficult for us to preserve. And there are sensitivities between countries like India and Pakistan, so we can't go to these countries. So if there has to be a training program or consultations, we have to meet in Nepal or in Sri Lanka. And there's no technical volunteers community to develop open source tools in this region. At least I think there was some initiative in Nepal, but there are some places they have tried. There are some initiatives, but people don't come together and support each other. And there is the infrastructure to store digital files is extremely expensive, and we have to depend again on the Western universities. Assessing collections in archives in the European countries, such as the UK or Germany, is extremely difficult. People take material from India, but it is difficult to get the material from there back to India. No collaboration between government libraries and private archives for digitizing this kind of material. So, also there is no cooperation between special libraries, fearing loss of exclusivity. So these are some of the challenges that we have faced. And a little bit about the Roja Muthiah Library. It started with about 100,000 items in 1994. Now we have 400,000 items in the collection, comprising of books, periodicals, non-book material like ephemera, wedding invitations, cinema posters like what Nasir showed us, and film song books, all unconventional material, usually which will not be collected in a library in India. So this is the kind of material that we have at the library, and scholars come from all over the world to make use of the collection. Now our collection is not only available through South Asia Open Archives, but also through the Internet Archive platform. So we have been trying to make our material discoverable through different channels and different platforms. So I think we'll stop here. I hope I have completed on just on time.
Thank you, Mr. Sundar. Lovely to have you with us today. And it's interesting how archives, private archives, we assume, somehow in my mind at least, I thought that they would be all very well funded, everything's sorted. They don't really need any help. But how they also, like how there are these institutional silos, and how funding always remains a problem. And and I'm wondering at my level what universities could do more to support private archives than just sending our students there and being done with that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to now introduce our fifth and the last speaker, and then we'll open up the session for Q&A. So our last speaker is Mr. Shamik Mishra, and I asked him for his bio, but he insists that he just wants to be known as a scholar and a researcher from Madan Puraskar Pustakalaya, Nepal. And this is the first for Milli to have somebody from Nepal. So we are just very happy to host you, Mr. Shamik. Do you have your video on? Okay, yeah. There you go.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I visible as well?
Yes, you are visible, you're audible, and you have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I don't have a presentation. I'll just talk through the issues that were outlined in the concept note. Madan Puraskar Pustakalaya is an archive of Nepali language materials. It is based in Kathmandu. So we are a vernacular archive in that regard. I'd like to share from the point of view of a local institution, of institution in Kathmandu. What I'll do is I'll try to share with you the archiving landscape that is emerging in Kathmandu, and try to get feedback from you all about how it connects with the rest of South Asia. So I'll speak a few minutes from the view of an archiving practitioner. This is in the hope that since we are all in the same boat, the experience in Kathmandu might resonate with fellow travelers that are tuned in today, and we can move forward together. Since most of the archivists here, if I'm not mistaken, represent the archives outside of the state institutions of record keeping, this in itself is an important pointer as to where actually are the exciting stuff happening. This obviously reflects the varied natures of institutions involved, as well as the myriad interests and focuses that we have been pursuing. If we as archivists are very busy archiving the contents that are deemed not of priority by the state institutions, just like Sundar mentioned earlier, the unconventional materials, ephemeras, other materials, and that several generations of archivists like us might have to walk before we are able to properly archive the available materials that have been lying around strewn as leftovers, then one can imagine the magnitude of the work that is yet to be done. These varied interests and focus areas also reflect diversity. For instance, in Kathmandu, earlier we had the National Archives and one or two private archives that were focused on language, like the Madan Puraskar Pustakalaya that I work at. Now, a new generation of archivists have begun doing some exciting work. In no more than a decade, we have an archive dedicated to architecture, another one dedicated to photographs. At least one archive has emerged that has begun work on art archiving. Also, one museum archive has been established dedicated to the Tharus, one of the marginalized indigenous groups living along the plains of Nepal. Similarly, there are numerous efforts to archive materials of historical import at individual capacities. So, based on the archiving landscape in Kathmandu, I can say that we are definitely on the cusp of an archival turn. I can safely conjecture, as has been evident from previous presentations, that things are not that different across the subcontinent. The archiving scenario is exciting due to the emergence of diversity and involvement of wider range of individuals and institutions. I'm sure the academic community must be equally thrilled because of the easy availability of the digital contents in a scale that has never been witnessed before. It is equally exciting for the archivists for the same reasons. However, I will not be wide off the mark if I say it is equally challenging, if not more. This is due to several factors. First, the expectation from the academia has never been higher. We all have this desire that all the contents should be available online in a jiffy. But there is only so much the archiving community can do with their limited resources. Second, increasingly more and more contents being born digital these days, we are confronted with the massive volume of materials available in the digital realm, about which a small institution like the Madan Puraskar Pustakalaya, MPP, does not have the capacity to address. When we think of contents in the social media, I cannot even afford to worry about them. Perhaps Facebook is the best archive for contents generated in its platform, and so on. One way I think an institution with very limited resources like MPP can avoid being overwhelmed by the deluge of born digital contents is to not lose focus and carry on doing the good work that it has been doing in its priority area. This approach has worked for us so far. Thirdly, there is this issue of standards and best practices, like with everything digital, will have to keep changing to adjust to new advancements. For instance, keeping digital copies in highest possible file size is no longer a feasible option, as it soon gives rise to shortage of storage space, which is very expensive, like Sundar mentioned earlier. But it will surely help to have a consensus on the minimum acceptable standard. Similarly, at what point do we say that an archivist's work on a typical archival material is complete and then she can hand it over to the academia, or if such a demarcation even exists at all? The always overlapping boundary between the archiving world and academia has only blurred more, I think, with the rise of the digital humanities. These days, an archivist's work might not end with the usual steps of conservation, preservation, and cataloging. And as in several exciting projects being presented earlier, it has been the academia that has taken the lead for archiving work. This brings us to the utmost important aspect of funding and collaboration. Since most of us are not institutions with assured funding, again, like Sundar mentioned earlier, we are in constant worry to keep the institution going. More often than not, small institutions have to cater to whatever is in the priority of the funding agency. While this is not much bothersome, so long as the funds keep trickling in, one is left staring at dead end when there are no takers for your materials. That is where the boundary between academia and the archives might become stark. A good archiving project can feed decades of research. An archive, however, needs continued funding to sustain the work and the institution. How can archives remain relevant in the eyes of the funding bodies, the academia, and the society is the most challenging thing we should worry about. To sum up, benefit of diversity, how to get handle on emerging technology, and funding are my keywords. Like expressed earlier, beautifully explained by Sundar, some of you might be happily surprised that we've been collaborating since the past more than 1.5 decades. All the institutions with Nasir, Sundar, and in Calcutta, and few other places. So we have grown together, and RMRL has been kind of the fulcrum in it all. Microfilm was taught to us by RMRL. So was the cataloging, the basis of the cataloging standard that MPP implements today was laid by them. So they've been such good friends and mentors that we've grown along the way. I am sure Nasir would also agree. Through our we've met several times, and I mean this is between core archiving institutions who do nothing else than keep on locating, finding materials, and archiving them. So thank you, Sundar, for everything, and then again explaining everything like the other projects and how project fundings have helped survive institutions. And I can readily see that Nasir's institution, RMRL, and MPP, we have all survived through project funding alone. There is no assured funding as such. So the crucial issues for practitioners is that we simply cannot move on and carry on doing something else. We have to continue doing day in and day out what we do, and prepare a platform for researchers to navigate through, to access and find the contents that we're looking for. So I think thank you very much. It has been an honor to share space with such distinguished panelists. I'll be happy to interact if there are queries and comments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Shamik. So I did not know that I'm stepping into a panel where everybody already knows each other for decades, not just for a few years. And so, and I saw everyone exchanging smiles at some point. And I was like, okay, so you guys planned this in advance. Okay, so shall we move to, are you still there, Ali? If you're there, just switch on your video and Ponni, so that, people can see you and we can have a Q&A. And okay, I'm supposed to go to the sheet that has all the questions on it. And I've managed to lose it because I lost the internet connection. So
Bharat has his hand up.
Bharat has, okay. Bharat, go ahead.
Thank you for all of these really thought-provoking presentations. One of the through lines that I'm hearing across presentations is that all of these archives are operating, and these archival projects are operating in a context of institutional and state apathy. And that in itself probably does not come as a surprise to anyone who's experienced with working on projects and doing things in the subcontinent. But I'm just trying to think of what is it that archivists and scholars and historians in the subcontinent can do in this context where institutional support domestically is not available, and it's funding and research priorities of Western institutions and universities that end up dictating how archival work happens here. So what are the ways in which, what's the way forward in terms of building resources and capacities to kind of challenge this state of affairs? Like, can we think, for instance, of, say, a handbook of best practices for resource-strapped private archives in the subcontinent? Can we think of collaborations and consortiums? Like, I just wanted to throw this out there and see what kind of ideas can come out.
So you're welcome to respond as you please, or if you just want to reflect on it for a while. Yeah, Javaid's up.
Is this question for a particular person or?
For all of you.
Okay. All right, also, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sundar.
No, go ahead, Nasir, please.
No, please. Okay, I think Sundar has already mentioned that, as Shamik has too, that we are having a lot of trouble by exchanging ideas and meeting each other in one and other's country. Each time when we have training sessions, workshop, we have to travel either to Nepal or to Sri Lanka rather than to India or Pakistan. For this, as Bharat mentioned, a good notebook for private archives, that's a good option to go with. And secondly, I think all private archives, of course, the government institutions, they have enough financial as well as human resources. But we always keep thinking that how long we'll survive, and we always keep exploring the funding questions or opportunities. thanks to international bodies, EAP and other institutions that has funded and made us available to preserve the culture and literary heritage of subcontinent, either that's in India, in Nepal, in Sri Lanka, or in Pakistan. Secondly, I think we can pursue our governments, though it is almost impossible question to go with, to use the SARC platform, SARC countries, if something could be done to collaborate under the nose of each and every government which is a part of SARC. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Sundar, do you want to go and then Ponni can go?
Okay. All right. In addition to what Nasir said, and also apart from having guidelines and regulations as to what to be archived and how to archive, I think it is important for bigger institutions or the philanthropic institutions and the government to recognize the importance of such institutions working in these areas for such a long time. And they have to take cognizance of all the activities, and they should come forward to provide grants. That will be very important. You know, when Shamik was saying, it's so hard to keep the lights on. You know, all of us have been functioning like, you know, we only have funds to keep the lights on. There's very minimal staffing, very minimal expertise. We have been doing so much of work for so many years. So it's important for institutions to recognize these things. And also there's one question from Swati Shivanand. The question is, while collaborations with Western universities are necessary to preserve archives in India, is there a present danger that South Asian archives are now finding home only in universities abroad, behind paywalls and not available for scholars in Indian universities? I guess what I'm asking is, will there be a time when to study Indian history would have to enroll or gain access to such universities, or is my question unnecessary alarmist? I mean, it's an interesting and important question. But what I wanted to say is, you know, when we work with these institutions abroad, it's not that they take everything from us and go away. There is one copy left here with us, and we can do with whatever we want to do with this material, whatever has been digitized or microfilm. In fact, the bigger universities in India can come and approach our institutions to have copies in a copy in their universities. So all these things are possible. So we don't have to be really scared of material going away from here. But what we need to think is how to bring the material that is not available in India, which is available in the West, is a very important thing. How are we going to, for instance, the British Library has so much of material. The Indian government has to work with the British Library to bring material back to India.
Ponni, do you want to go?
Yeah, I think in sort of one word, my answer to that would be a sort of radical democratization of different aspects of archiving. So for me personally, for instance, in the time that I've been spending here, one of the other things that I've been doing is working with students on small research projects. This is often the first time they're doing research. And we insist that they start with their own context, their village, their family, etc. And in the context of Sri Lanka, where there is still an enormous need to archive so many different aspects of life, especially over the last 40 years, it has already just in 3 years of this work brought forth so much initial material that I know we need to follow up on. So, and where do you put these material? I know there's many more people here who are much more qualified in digital archives. And I think it's an important, significant forum, but I'm not a believer in that alone being the archive. And I think the thing with RMRL is that it's also the physical space is also a space for so many different things to happen in the city of Madras. For very deep academic engagement, there are talks, and there are all of us who end up there at some point or the other to listen to somebody who's giving a talk, not only just to visit the archives. So I think physical archives, which are, even if they only have the funding to keep the lights on, play a huge role in being that space. And I think we need more and more of those spaces as well. So we need archives everywhere, and we need everyone to archive, I think. And I think that is for me here in Sri Lanka, I'm about to get involved with the Noolaham Foundation, which is an important Tamil digital archive. And one of the things they want to do now is they want to start a program to train researchers to archive different parts of different stories, different histories in Tamil-speaking Sri Lanka. And to me, that's really exciting. And with that material, think through how we can make it public through noolaham.com, through all the very complex ways in which they've been thinking through that for the past decade and a half. So yeah, radical democratization of the archiving process.
Thank you for that, Ponni. Now we had one question for you, and feel free not to answer it if you think you don't want to disclose the identity. Somebody asked about, can you please mention who that Sri Lankan artist is? I'm not sure if...
Not yet. Not yet, but soon it'll be in public.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to be so, I don't mean to be so mysterious. It's just, it's a process. Yeah.
Okay, great, I understand. Okay, so now we have two more questions. One for Nasir, and the question is from Ritvika Mishra. She's saying, I'm curious to know what the physical materials, especially the rare books and periodicals, and the posters, she wants to know about that. Point being, how post-digitizing initiatives are these physical materials stored, accessed? So what happens once you've digitized?
As Sundar mentioned that we always have one copy with us. The Western institution, they don't take everything from us. So physical copy will retain with our institution or collections or archives, while digitizing these rare material, these will remain within the collection. And after digitizations, we have to follow the certain protocols to rebound it and to make these preserve. These will remain original, either it is book or journal with the honored collections, either with our or from other institution from where we have borrowed this collection for digitization.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
We have a question from by William Pinch. He says, the question, I'm just going to read out the question to you, and you can respond as you please. The question of ownership, access, privacy, and especially what might be termed appropriation was raised two days ago in a session on oral history and community archiving. And the problem was framed in a way that indicated that the rise of digital technology has exacerbated this problem. So digital is not solving it all the time, having digital technology. So do the panelists agree? Do any of the panelists face these kinds of issues? And if so, how best to navigate them? That is, once you digitize the material, there is no way of guarding the material, so to say. I'm not using the word policing, but who's going to use it against whom? Like I was intrigued by the documents that Ali spoke about, that not only the name of the abductee is there, but the abductor is also there. So what are the moral implications of this, or what are the sort of ethical implications of something like this? And please feel free, anyone. Yeah, Ali, go ahead.
Yes, I mean that this is why it has to be part of the practice, that like we need to be aware of the kind of material and the possible sensitivities that it might entail. And you should, and this is, you should know as to what kind of information you should reveal and what should be kept sort of confidential. Now, my position is that look, this material has always been there. That it's been there in the archives, in public libraries, in private collections. It's just that now it's a different kind of a tool or a vehicle or a platform which is there. Even that platform would only be interesting for only those who are interested in these kinds of questions will be accessing those platforms. This is my understanding. Like the same people who were interested in accessing them in public archives, the same people, perhaps a slightly bigger group, would be interested in accessing them on digital platforms, right? So it's not as if a huge number of people. But yeah, I agree that still the possibilities of something which is presented in a visualized manner, which makes it more story-like, which makes it more easier to grasp, to understand. Perhaps that is a bigger challenge. And this is where, again, it becomes important as to what kind of a role is being played by the historian, by the archivist, curating that material, right? So I think the practice of curation is important.
Okay, thank you. Ponni, do you want to go for this? You seem to move your hand to unmute.
No, I don't know where to start, so I think I'll just stay quiet now. Because as you can imagine, it's a very relevant question for the context in which I'm working, where we're still really close to and living within very close to conflict, post-conflict context. So it's a very live question, but I don't think I have enough formed thoughts to share at this moment. So thank you.
Anybody else? So we can move. Bharat, I wanted to check if you're good for time because there's one more question by Venkat.
I think we can take one more question.
Okay. So here's a question from Venkat. He says, it's a capacity building question. If there is time, could the panelists comment on the nature of education or what one could do in their specific communities and public engagement with the archive in whatever form? You can also just, yeah. So nature of education, how do we educate the community about it? Or how do you create public engagement with the archive?
I could just briefly talk about it as it links with an earlier question that was asked about archival training. I think I'm a little orthodox when it comes to that, and I believe that it's important to have trained archivists. Like we used to have Professor Garrett, who set up the Punjab archive, Sitaram Kohli, who meticulously catalogued the documents, the Persian documents of the Lahore Darbar. But of late, we see that there's a decline in archival studies as a specialized field of discipline. There is a lot of focus on library studies, but very little when it comes to archive studies, right? So that needs to change, and with that training, I think with this exposure, the archivists will also learn the importance of engaging with the larger community, of thinking of more innovative ways to make public archives more relevant. I mean, otherwise there are private initiatives anyways which are doing these things. So I recently came across a project conducted by the Citizens Archive of Pakistan in collaboration with an organization in the UK, where they were collecting audio tapes of migrant workers who used to send these tapes, recorded tapes, back to their home or from here to UK. As a chain of communication, because they were illiterate, they were not able to write. So I mean, think of this as a fantastic resource, which otherwise would not have fallen within the scope of a public archive. So I think training, exposure, and this is where a more collaborative approach towards study of archiving and the archiving process itself will generate 2 exciting new projects.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to go for it? Any other questions? Anything you want to? Oh yeah, Ponni, go ahead.
Just to say that again, I think one of the things I found really interesting, speaking from not being at the center of anything really, in particular in Sri Lanka, and working with young people here, and putting documentation and archiving at the center of their practice towards social change, towards critical research, etc. I think it's fascinating because I think that way it's possible to build archives which they see as their own. And so with each person, so we had a student, for example, archiving birth certificates of generations of her own family just last week. Grandmother onwards were all documented in their birth certificates as Indian Tamil. So by having the process with her, she's from the plantation community in Sri Lanka. So by having the process with her, that these documents are actually really, really important, and we need to scan them, and you need to read about them and write a paper about it. it changes her perspective of her own self. And then through that begins a process where the act of archiving, the act of documenting, the act of scanning that document becomes an empowering one. When it's about themselves and their communities and histories, I think. So hopefully we'll be able to fill archives with where people can see themselves, the marginalized see themselves so often, students see themselves so often, lots of people who are not spoken about see themselves or people like them so often that the question of making it public or making it one that's owned or accessed broadly will not be as big a one anymore because we all see ourselves in the archive.
Thank you for that, Ponni. Now, Bharat, do we have still time for one more question?
No, I think we should.
So, Arjun, you could leave your question in the chat box and the panelists could respond over there for you. Yeah, because I think we need to take a little bit of a break before the next panel starts. Yeah, I hope that's okay with you. So, any last comments anybody wants to make before we close? I hope all of you enjoyed being part of this Milli session. We hope to keep bringing you back and sending our students your way. Sundar would say, would curl up his nose at this comment, but yes, I'm going to send you a PhD student very soon. Yes, I hope we are going somewhere towards building a community of people who care about archives. Yeah, so I think we're going to stop here. All of you can take a break and come back. I'll let Bharat make the announcement, the housekeeping announcement.
Thanks everyone. This panel's been everything I had hoped for and more. So I'm really thrilled. And I think we'll just take a quick 5-minute break and then head right into our next final session for the evening, which is cultural heritage and imperial pasts. So it's 6:35 here on my laptop. So we'll start at 6:40.
Okay, great. So thank you, Ali. Thank you, Ponni, Sundar sir, Javaid, Shamik, everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay with us for the rest of the evening. We're not too busy.
Yeah. See you later.
Hari, I will be sharing some videos for our next speaker. So I'm just going to quickly check. I'm just going to share my screen and check if that's working.
Okay.
Yes.
You just got off a ship?
Ha, madam.
From where?
Karachi, India.
Was that audible?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And the video is clear, right?
Can you play the video again?
Oh, I mean, there's no video actually. It's just a clip.
Okay.
Oh, not off, Arthur.
They've got their own rattles to rot
Yeah.
in.
But there are captions at the bottom, so
you can see the captions. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
One last thing I forgot to mention was, if the panelists are still there, please put down your emails in the chat box so that other people can contact you.
Shalini, Iqbal, promote. Does anyone want to do tech checks? Like we did one last night. Does anyone want to just do a run through again?
Hi, Bharat. I'm
Hi.
here. I'm going to keep my camera off to present.
Okay.
And I've just got the PowerPoint really, so I'm assuming that if I just quickly do that now.
Yeah,
you
sure.
can see it. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. And then I just need to stop share. Fine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Are we asked to? Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are we asked to put our emails in the chat? I'd much rather. That was for the last session, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you could too. I mean, maybe now or maybe after your presentation.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I forgot one more announcement. If you all could respond to Arjun Ghosh's question also, whoever would want to. This is for the last panel.
In the chat, right?
Yes, in the chat.
I just respond to Arju.
Thank you.
Medhavi, Pramod, Eleanor, do any of you want to just check your slides or any other tech questions?
Sure, we can try it, no problem. Try sharing. Is it showing?
Yeah.
Yep, cool.
Okay.
I don't have slides.
Okay.
I can go next.
Yeah.
And here we are. I'll just. Everything's good.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. Great.
Awesome. Eleanor, do you want to try out yours?
Sure, I have a few then. Does that work?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Great. Thanks, Bharat.
We can start another minute. It's 6:39. Sorry, previous sessions kind of ran over a little bit, so we started there.
Yeah, just give me a minute, sorry. Right.
Bharat, are you going to begin it, or
Yeah,
should
I'll introduce the panel and I introduce you, and then I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. Thanks.
Are we all set? Should we start?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Welcome back for the third and final event of day 5 of International Archives Week Milli sessions. And for everyone who's been around since the first session, thanks for sticking around. It's a long day and it's been a longer week, and we're really happy that people stuck around and brought in their ideas and questions, and it's been a really great, lively conversation all through the week. Our next panel is titled Cultural Heritage and Imperial Pasts. This panel comprises researchers, museum curators, archivists, and heritage conservationists spanning the UK and India who've been involved in reimagining cultural heritage histories in a post-colonial context in spaces as diverse as the university classroom, the archive, and the museum, offering varied interpretations of what decolonizing heritage, which is embodied in narratives, practices, and objects, might mean. Each of these contributions offers an individual insight on the situation in the UK and India, and collectively they offer a timely contribution to a universal issue. Moderating this panel is Shalini Sharma, who teaches colonial and post-colonial history at Keele University. She is interested in the history of radicals, intellectuals, and Indian political culture, and is currently completing a second monograph, Fellow Travelers, the Indian Discovery of America in the 20th Century. Lately, she has also developed an interest in the use and misuse of history in contemporary India. She has published op-ed pieces on this topic, namely India, How Some Hindu Nationalists Are Rewriting Caste History in the Name of Decolonization, and Hindutva and Historical Revisionism, Histories of the Present. She is the co-founder of the Decolonized Keele Network, a member of the Black Members Standing Committee of the University and College Union, and a member of the UK Jallianwala Bagh Centenary Committee. Over to you, Sharon.
Thank you. Thanks, Bharat and Priyanka, for helping us on this session and helping us to helping the panel to connect together as well. And I mean, it's a privilege to be here. Welcome all to our session on cultural heritage and the imperial past. I've been zooming in all week, and I look forward to catching up on some of the sessions that I've had to miss. I'm going to sort of launch straight into it because we have five presentations to get through in the next 90 minutes. They span the topics of repatriation, theatre, law, archival access, and the classroom. Each of us has promised to stick to 15 minutes, or actually I think Pramod said 12. I'm going to keep you to that. But that's so that we've got enough time at the end for a good Q&A. Please, as you've been doing, write up your questions in the chat throughout, and I'll try and invite you in to ask them in the Q&A. So we're going to begin with Iqbal Singh. He's the Regional Community Partnerships Manager at the National Archives in the UK, which is the official archive for the British government. His work includes setting up creative partnerships, curating displays, and delivering public history workshops. Iqbal has over 25 years' experience in engaging communities in cultural activities, both in the government and the voluntary sectors. He's helped lead on a number of projects for the National Archives, including on the 1919 race riots, colonial seafarers during the interwar years, South Asia and the First World War, and the partition of British India. Recent regional collaborations that he's led on have taken place in Liverpool, Cardiff, and Wakefield. He owns many master's degrees and is currently enrolled on a PhD history program at King's College London. Iqbal is going to talk about the role of drama in widening and deepening our understanding of the past, allowing us to explore at times complex and contested events with a degree of warmth and humanity. So Iqbal, go for it.
Thank you, Shalini. And I will go straight into a presentation. So if I can share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So my name is Iqbal Singh and I work at the National Archives in London. My paper today will discuss the role of drama in widening and deepening our understanding of the past. Specifically, I would like to focus on how drama can allow us to explore at times complex events with a degree of warmth and humanity, as Shalini mentioned, and also what does such an approach offer in terms of drawing people into the archive who may not otherwise enter, and what new and exciting ways does it allow us to imagine the past that may allow us to further inquire and research. I joined the National Archives in 2015 when the First World War centenary commemoration had begun and much effort was being expended on noting the contribution of Commonwealth troops, such as those from South Asia. Baroness Varsi, a Conservative peer, went as far as to say, "It wasn't just the Brits who fought for our king and country in the conflict. Our boys weren't just Tommies, they were Tariqs and Tajinders too." But any serious study would soon reveal that the story is far more complex and that the framing of this history as everyone's war or a story of heroes who served Britain in its hour of need hid a responsibility to also talk about some of the more difficult or uncomfortable aspects of this story. I was part of a team that came together at the end of 2015 to organize an event that would provide a space for reflection and debate on the theme of South Asia and the First World War. The event was planned to include discussion preceded by short presentations from various projects engaged in commemorating the contribution of troops and personnel from South Asia, including modern-day India and Pakistan, who served as part of Britain's Imperial Army in the First World War. The event was held at King's College London on Wednesday, 27th April 2016, to mark the 100th anniversary of the fall of Koot, possibly the biggest disaster in the Indian First World War calendar. It was made possible through a partnership between the National Archives, King's College London, the Asian Centre in Wood Green, and the performing arts company Nutcut. The small team of organisers who met on several occasions to help scope out the event ensured that there was wide representation and the event was recorded for posterity. You can listen to an audio recording of the event and watch video interviews with the organizers by following the link on the slide. Professor Shantanu Das, who was key to bringing this wide network together, made several important interventions as part of the commemorations, not least in pointing out the need to go beyond the simple commemoration of imperial heroics and brotherhood, and the importance of looking history squarely in the eye without sanitizing its horrors or inequalities. It was this opportunity to be part of a group and organize such an event that helped me start to frame what we now refer to as our project, Loyalty and Dissent. And it allowed us to make the connection with Dr. Rosina Visram, a pioneering historian of the Asian presence in Britain, and to start working with her to undertake some more intensive archival research, starting with our own collection at the National Archives. This in turn led me to reach out to Tamasha Theatre and set up a collaboration between theatre and archives, in which 5 playwrights visited the archives to be introduced to a collection of documents I had curated and which would act as a jumping off point for their own short plays. A link to the plays is given on the slide. I selected 4 topic areas in keeping with the themes of loyalty and dissent, and these included Muslim burial, Pan-Islamism and Muslim networks, the Western Front, and the radical diaspora. I produced archival records for the writers to see and provided them with some historical background and context. The project, Loyalty and Dissent, demonstrates powerfully the ability of drama to take the written word and explore the underlying emotion, and for that emotion to then connect with people in uniquely powerful ways. It is only now being recognized what an extraordinary contribution South Asian troops made at Britain's hour of need at the beginning of the First World War. At the same time, we need to reflect the challenges posed to an all-powerful imperial state and the tension that exists between stories of soldiers and personnel loyal to empire and those stories of dissenting voices that sought to agitate and fight to end imperial rule. The writers and the creative team on the Loyalty and Dissent project started to help us realize the extraordinary depth, complexity, and nuances that our records contain, and that such storytelling is very important. It contributes, I would argue, to the nation's story in vital ways by making us see ourselves more clearly and more critically. It is also work of great responsibility, and the use of creativity allows us to make it more accessible and exciting. Now I would like to share with you some further insights into the archival records we used and the resulting creative responses. This record in our collection is about the internment of Muslim troops offered by the playwright Hassan Abdul Razak, and it offered him a chance to explore the intriguing tug of war that took place between Maulana Sadruddin and the British authorities regarding the establishment of a dedicated cemetery for those Muslims who had served the empire. I would now like to play a very short extract from the first few minutes of the opening of the play, which powerfully sets the scene for what is to follow. So I'll hand over to Bharat.
To Corner of a Foreign Field, a play by Hassan Abdul Razak, one of 5 short plays produced in response to the experiences of people from South Asia during the First World War.
And so the cemetery will be built here, close to Netley Hospital, as soon as the purchase is finalised.
When will that be?
Within days. What we would really like from you, Mr. Sadruddin, is direction regarding how this cemetery should look, what provisions you need, etc. The rituals and particulars of the Muslim faith are somewhat of a mystery to us, I'm afraid. We wish to proceed quickly for the benefit of all concerned. Mr. Sadruddin?
All concerned?
Yes.
Meaning the India office and the War Office?
It is the men I am thinking of primarily, to honour the sacrifice of Muslim soldiers for their king. Now, Mr. Sadruddin, if you would care to instruct me regarding the optimal layout...
Sherman, do you really want my advice, or is my coming here a mere formality?
I assure you, it's no formality.
Then my advice is that you do not purchase this land.
Sir, the matter is almost decided.
It would be best if it were undecided.
May I know the reasons for your objection?
To gain access to the land, one has to pass through the Christian part of the cemetery.
Does that matter?
It does not seem appropriate.
Well, perhaps if we construct a
Imagine
separate
if
entrance...
a famous Muslim would be buried here. The coming of some Raja or Nawab to visit will be greatly inconvenient, with Netley being some 50 miles away from London.
Well, yes, I suppose.
That dignitary will regret the lack of foresight of the British authorities.
My superiors are not going to like this.
And that could have all sorts of unintended consequences.
What exactly
Besides, who will come to conduct the funeral prayers? I cannot come here every day from Woking.
So, what is the solution?
A plot should be purchased near the mosque in Woking. A cemetery can be established there immediately, and I will be responsible for conducting the funeral prayers.
I will report your recommendations, but I cannot guarantee
Naturally,
any...
the bodies will need to be sent to Woking from Netley by motor car, and the coffins draped with the Union flag.
Anything else?
There is something you should make clear to your superiors.
Thank you, Bharat. So I'm going to take over again and just take us through to... So thank you for listening to that. And this is an image from a war diary in our collection relating to the story of Bhuta Singh. Bhuta Singh was with a number of colleagues, saw it as a matter of shame, reported in the diary entry as Sharam ki baat, that a rifle had been left in the field of battle, and in an attempt to retrieve it, he was killed. One of the more fascinating and debatable aspects of the war has been the motivations of the sepoys who fought in the war. This document fed a number of writers' contributions as they thought more about this theme. In his play, The Radicalization of Veer Singh, the playwright Aman Paul Singh Brar was interested in giving life to those who he had felt had been forgotten and had fought for the freedom of Europe. The poorest and least protected died while the victorious and powerful got to write the histories. In this short speech by his protagonist, Veer Singh, he highlights the theme of honor and shame in recognition of the way in which Bhuta Singh died on the battlefield. In her play, Shamila Chauhan was taken by a passing reference in one of our documents to the anti-colonial activist, Madame Karma. And through further research, she found out that Madame Karma had set up her own seditious press, helped design an Indian flag, and had gone to the trenches to talk to soldiers. Shamila reflected, she felt both excited and sad that she had never heard of Madame Karma before. Shamila's hope was that through finding out about Madame Karma, she would connect audiences to stories that had, for the most part, been written out of history. This image comes from a report in our collection from 1917. It is an image of Pakhr Singh, who we learn is an ex-soldier and had won 4 medals serving in the Indian Army. However, we learn that he has been in Panama for about 5 years and is planning to return to India in the cause of revolution. An accompanying record we have refers to the seditious activity of East Indians in Panama, including a report written by an official at the British Embassy who observes the changing attitude of Indians at this time and states the need to remain alert. This particular aspect of the story of dissent happening before and during the war has provided a rich source to inform how we study and teach this subject, looking, for example, at the role of diasporas in contributing to anti-colonial movements. This slide is a page from the front cover of the Ghadar paper, which we have an original copy of at the National Archives. The paper was a concern for the authorities, and efforts were made to alert people of its seditious impact and to stop its distribution. Its message was uncompromising. On this front page, one of the headlines reads, "The reality of the British Raj has been laid bare," and goes on to list in sometimes quite stark and emotive language what the Ghadarites were arguing was the cost of being a colony. It was these types of records, and in particular one record we have of a letter by an Indian informer, Daddy Bajo, that fed Amy Enge's interest in developing her play, Stepchild. Amy is a historian by training, and it was great to have her insights through a creative piece of writing into a most fascinating document in our collection. Daddy Bajo writes to William Hopkinson, who was keeping under surveillance Indian seditionists just before the start of the First World War. In this extract, Bajo, the informer, makes clear his loyalty to empire, which is also evident in his actual letter. But what Amy's play exposes is some of the subtext, some of the doubts that were being expressed about empire in ways that had not been done before. Before I conclude, I would like to highlight that the work started in 2016-17, mixing drama with archives, still continues. And the latest project I have led for the National Archives in collaboration, again with Tamasha, is called Once British, Always British. This premiered as 2 audio events in April and May of this year, and both plays are available to listen through our website, a link to which I will provide in my last slide. This project moves my research on into the First World War period and takes up the stories of colonial seafarers, men from India, Yemen, and the Caribbean who find their claims to Britishness being questioned in a more fluid and uncertain post-war world. Again, these were stories of men that we have in the archives, and I was keen to start to imagine the voices of the women left behind, but also the women that these men met here, and to start to move beyond the often cursory way these men's lives can get treated in the archives. The play I would like to share with you today was written by Satinder Chauhan. It is based mainly on one file in our collection, that of Hassan Khan from India, who in the 1920s was living and working in Liverpool with his white wife. The extract I will play introduces us to the protagonist, Buhur, who, having arrived in Liverpool from Karachi, India, goes in search of somewhere to live. It is a conversation that many men at this time would have had, introducing themselves into new living accommodation, being subject to racism, and starting to orientate themselves to their new surroundings. Working with the playwright, we use the device of a letter to hear what may have been happening to the wife of the protagonist in his absence. At the end of the extract, you will hear a letter read out in which Satinder captures imaginatively what historians such as Professor Shamita Sen have argued through their research were the tough and challenging lives of Indian women. In doing so, the play forces us to take our gaze away from the men and from what is happening in Britain, and makes us think transnationally and to think about the others in the story who are barely mentioned in the archive and who can so easily be forgotten. So Bharat, please, can we just play a short extract? I'll stop sharing.
Yes. You just got off a ship?
Ha, madam.
From where?
Karachi, India.
Martin, another one.
Oh, not off, Arthur!
They've got their own rattos to rot in.
Don't mind him.
And you just keep infesting our house with them.
Shut it, Arthur! Just... Sorry about that.
Madam, friends say Asia House help...
I can give you a room here. Give you a change of clothes too.
Asia far.
You'll walk, get lost. Fall ill in this rain. Flu's been a killer this year. And I bet the Asiatic is full. I hear they put 20 to a room. It's cold, damp, smelly. We've got a clean, warm room ready right here. I'll even eat you up some leftover dinner. Bet you're hungry.
Very much, madam. Room cost lot.
Just a few pounds.
One problem, madam. Ship no pay me.
You've got no money?
First thing morning, I find ship job. Or sell perfume, silk, Indian toffee, then give you money. Or I cook for you.
You'll cook for me?
Sometime I be excellent cook on ship.
Excellent, eh? Arthur wouldn't know a pot or a pan if I whacked him with them.
Or I give this you.
What is it? A medal?
In war, I work on British ship.
Arthur fought in the war too.
Very hard time, madam.
I can't take this. It's special.
When I get job,
You fought for it.
I pay you. You give back me. Please.
Okay. A deal. I'm Maggie. And Arthur is my lazy lump of a husband in there. Your name?
Buhur.
Boo.
Buhur.
Boo. I'll call you Boo. Boo. My home is your home.
God bless, Maggie. Thank you.
Come on. I'll show you to your room.
Then I eat.
Then you eat. Shepherd's pie tonight.
I'm happy for anything.
Just the small bag.
This only.
Oops. You've dropped. Here.
Thank you. I bring letter from home.
My beloved Buhur, I hope you arrive safely and by now are meeting kind people to help you. Stay close to them. Here, I will already be tackling both our workloads. At dawn, I'll grind the barley, then milk Sonu, churn the butter, clean the house with Amma, fetch water, spin cotton, work in the field till dusk. No nap time. I'll take rotis to Hyatt on the wharf, bicycling all that way, knowing you won't be there waiting for me will miss you. The ships too, bopping around like us looking for you. He's promised to teach me to play cards one day. I'll be ready to beat you when you're back. At night, I'll sleep on your side of the manja, hoping your journey brings us all we need, so you never leave again. Inshallah. May Allah bless you and watch over you. When the steam rises and the ships come in, we will look for you. Your wife, Nazma.
Sorry, I'm running. Just literally, I've got 30 seconds, please, if I can just be given 30 seconds.
Okay, go on then.
And is my screen still being seen?
Yeah.
And this last bit, I would like to end with Johanna Ogden's quote. Her own study of early South Asian settlers in Oregon, USA, has certainly enriched the subject. In her quote, I like the focus on deciding what is important to remember and proceeding from there. From what I've seen of the Milli Collective, I'm very impressed by what you're all doing in foregrounding other stories. And I certainly hope, for one, that it will take time to be introduced to you all. Thank you. Sorry for running over a couple of minutes.
Right. Thanks, Iqbal. Really fascinating stuff, and certainly many of my students have been using the material that that you've been discovering in the National Archives. So thank you so much for your contribution, and I look forward to seeing the questions that people have of it. Right, so as you said, you did move on. You did go over time, so we'll quickly move on to Pramod. Pramod, yes, I can see you, Pramod. I'd like to welcome Pramod Kumar KG. He's the co-founder and managing director of ECA Archiving Services, India's first museum advisory firm that provides its services to a range of institutions, collectors, and collections. His primary area of research and interest is material culture from the Indian subcontinent. Pramod is going to be speaking about confronting material within museums and archives that outwardly validate colonial history, but need interpretation to be fully understood within their creation context. He shall delve on the challenges of getting digital data from colonial gathering expeditions that are now part of major Western repositories, but inaccessible by source countries. Pramod, the floor is yours.
Super, I'm just going to try and share screen first. Is the screen visible?
Yeah.
Hello, good evening, good day, good afternoon, whichever part of the world you're in. I would like to begin by thanking the Milli Consortium for having made these conversations possible as part of the International Archive Week. A big shout out to Priyanka and Bharat for having helped plan this out. And I'm also greatly enthused to hear the varied experiences of my fellow panelists as they negotiate cultural heritage and the imperial past. To be very honest, actually, Imperium hit me quite unawares as a museum professional in India and across the many projects that I've worked on, both as an individual or at the archiving, the museum consulting practice that I'm part of. The idea of the imperial past and the insidious ways in which it comes into our everyday was not something that I had factored in. Bearing this in mind, I detail a few of these confrontational moments that hit me as a cultural practitioner. I begin with varied visual media related issues and then move on to the latent presence in our daily life as to how do we address this as a community of professionals. I look at the use of the colonial past as a venue for cultural dissemination in contemporary India. And finally, the problem of imperial archives that are held outside of the subcontinent and seldom allow easy access to South Asian professionals. For most of you who are familiar with this image and its use as an iconic representation of the uprising of 1857 and the brutal military victory of the British Raj over those fighting for India's independence, in the visual archives in India and across the world, this image frequently is part of exhibitions, catalogs, and even conversations. The caption it carries is pretty similar to what I have used here. But how many examples do you recall where the real caption of this image was ever given? For the uninitiated, Felice Beato was one of the first European photographers to reach the Indian subcontinent just after the uprising of 1857. However, by the time he reached Lucknow, the uprising was pretty much over, and this photograph was taken in 1858. The site of Sikandarbag, where more than 2,000 Indians had been massacred, allowed for a powerful image of the mighty British Empire, and Beato was tempted enough to attempt a recreation of the scene. Note that the decayed skeletons, that this could not have been a case if he was on the site of a fresh incident. Interestingly, despite mention of the enactment of the photo by senior British officers in their published memoirs, several archives across the world, including the Getty, from where I have taken this image, still choose to perpetuate the myth of this being a site of conflict rather than recreation for a dramatic photographic opportunity. The clutches of the imperial past, laying out narratives well past their expiry date, is something we constantly encounter in museums and archives. The vanquished, even 164 years later, still have fake news to counter with. In 1881, after much discussion and talk, the British finally returned the historic fort of Chittorgarh to the princely state of Mewar. The Maharana of Udaipur, seen here at the Darbar, is curiously under the suzerainty of the Union Jack that is held high behind his chair. But in the archives where they hope to go beyond just the image, there is a much more compelling story which actually annotates this photograph much better. A closer glance at the image, particularly at a note given in the verso, helped us realize that what was the real message that this image was trying to convey. The photograph had been taken after Lord Ripon had left the event, and the Maharana had chosen to seat himself and his court and get commemorated on the return of the historic fort in front of the Union Jack in a snub to the English. Increasingly, we seem to be finding that the archives is telling us stories different from the established narratives, and it's the choice of the practitioner to drop his or her imperial baggage and start seeing with fresh eyes. The use of postcards to perpetuate imperial ideology and the several ways by which captions sought to explain scenes has been understood to be racist beyond belief. The Madras Hunt stage image of children and women seeking to delouse each other was meant to be a pun on the British love for the hunt, but its racist overtones didn't miss anyone. The sheer volume of similar postcards categorizing Indians through the filter of caste, community, region, and every other context but their own name is a practice that seems to have carried on by several post-independent projects. These kind of images are visual objects that we constantly encounter in every archive and every museum that we go in. And while we do present them in exhibitions to speak about the kind of things, what we've realized that most often the visitor goes away with just the visual image and not really understand what is going on. The problem for me is not the fact that these images were created. I can counter that when we put them up in exhibitions. But how does one counter their sale as accepted merchandise, sold as vintage curios on popular e-commerce websites like Amazon? Here you go. You can buy the Madras Hunt original postcard for a little less than $14 US. And it's also called vintage ephemera entertainment franchisee. I mean, these are all subcategories and terms that they use when they sell these images. The level of insensitivity and the lack of cultural nuance is seen across both real and online forums. The perpetuation of imperial ideology is so ingrained, and that I begin to suspect that perhaps several Indians looking at this image would not think twice about sometimes purchasing the same. I now move to a different kind of practice, which has positives and negatives. Cultural heritage that we work with does not include the edifices. Cultural heritage that we work with does include the edifices created by the former colonial empire and the uses they are contemporaneously put to. In a particularly savvy move, the government of India allowed some of the former British barracks inside the Red Fort complex at New Delhi to be converted into public galleries and museums. This set of images is of the Drishakala Museum managed by the DAG Group. And in the interest of full disclosure, I have to mention that the image on the right is of a portrait exhibition that I curated in the same premises. The use of these venues to showcase art made during the period of the imperial rule while welcome, is sadly not a narrative that is put out to the thousands of visitors who come to see the museum. The two views that you can see right now show the same venue in the day and at night. The venue being part of the Red Fort complex, the volume of visitors who come in is phenomenal. And this is much more than what you would see in a conventional museum or a gallery. But in this case, it's a lost opportunity since the idea of what's on view, where it is being seen, is just not simply communicated to any visitor walking in. And thus, at some level, it's almost a missed opportunity. As I move away from what we encounter in our daily life as professionals in the museum sphere, I now move to more subtle ways of encountering imperial ideology in unexpected platforms. Here, digitization and archival outreach both seem to reach their limits. If you're a student of carpet history or a carpet historian looking at the most important group of Indian carpets, then you would know that this collection is to be found at the City Palace Museum of Jaipur. However, the most important report on the said collection was created in 1929, before the establishment of the museum, when original documents, labels, and records existed on the physical body of these carpets. Scholars in New York can easily hop over to the Met's Watson Library and access the 1929 records because photocopies were made available from the British institution to the American counterpart. For those of you wondering about what's the issue here, let me explain the problem in a bit of detail. In 1929, A.J.D. Campbell of the Victoria and Albert Museum was invited to Jaipur to prepare a report on the Maharaja's carpet, primarily for conservation and display purposes. 92 years later, we still don't have access to this report in its entirety, besides any of the accompanying photographs. You could possibly get an appointment to see bits of the report, but it makes me wonder if there is a prevailing imperial ideology that just doesn't make someone at the V&A think that it is an important document that needs to be shared. There have been countless scholars who reached out for the said information, but it still comes to us in drips and drabs, and that's where we still remain. But the story gets even more fun when a second report of the same Jaipur collection was prepared by an independent scholar, May Beatty, in 1972, but this too was never published. This report, along with other work that May Beatty carried out worldwide, has been bequeathed to the Ashmolean, which lists the collection proudly on its website with no mention on when the said reports will be made available to scholars, students, and others, not just in the Indian subcontinent, but anywhere in the world. Don't get me wrong, the idea is not to shame or name anyone, but to talk about the institutional apathy that allows a situation that everyone is aware of to continue. My example is of carpets, but I know of enough colleagues who face the same problem in different areas of studies. This is also not to say that it's easy to gain access to institutional collections in India, but the problem there is of a completely different nature. This now brings us to the much debated and contested topic of cultural repatriation of objects. And here we speak on a story that had hit the headlines in April this year. The important British artist Howard Hodgkin passed away in 2017, and his estate is seeking to sell his entire collection of Indian miniatures that he was justifiably proud of. And the fact is that the collection is very, very important. The only problem is that the Ashmolean, who was slated to acquire the whole lot, finally did some provenance study and realized that only 40% of the collection was legally in the right. The sticky question that became apparent was that how was Hodgkins collecting these paintings when in the late 20th and early 21st century, it was illegal to take these paintings out of India. This small problem, however, does not seem to be bothering the Met, which is believed to be considering buying the entire lot. Compared to many other collections, the Hodgkin collection is fully digitized and available online for study and has been shown in the past at the Ashmolean and other venues. But the centrality of provenance studies has now meant that more institutions have been forced to take them into consideration. And in the case of the Ashmolean, we are being told that the unease was expressed by prominent funders to the museum and not necessarily by the museum team itself. As a curator in contemporary India, one of the major issues we deal with is supporting information that goes out with our exhibitions. Captions and text panels, along with other texts and increasingly even multimedia formats, frequently need a lot of care than just the knowledge and use of language. One minefield we constantly circle is the use of words, terms, phrases, expressions that inadvertently convey a conditioning and a lack of sensitivity, or even knowledge of how much the imperial past is ingrained in us. Now I just move to my last slide. This slide is an everyday reminder of the small selection of problematic words as seen here that are just a hint of the many traps that a museum curator or archivist has to encounter in their daily work. Many of these innocuous sounding words, everyday words, need careful revision and study. And I bring this up because many of my colleagues who work with us, frequently when a label is being done, they do not hesitate to use an imperial term like the Indian style, or even go as far as saying revolt of 1857, whereas most Indians increasingly have realized the value of using the term uprising of 1857 or the first war of Indian independence. Terms like uppity, where in fact a few years back referred to on very important personalities, including somebody like Michelle Obama, where it was considered the experience of the word uppity is that in the South of America, where plantation workers were living, when they tried to have pretensions of grandeur, the word uppity was used again. So it's increasingly considered an extremely derogative word. But I find that a lot of these terms, including Middle East, I mean, it is the Middle East for America, but it is West Asia for us in India. Why are we continuing to use these terms when there are so many other things that we can, so many alternatives that are available? Master and slave is particularly problematic now because you have a lot of components of the software and the hardware industry where one process or device controls another, and these terms constantly get used. Cultural heritage tinged by the imperial past is prevalent in everyday life, and this small presentation is just to highlight the myriad ways in which I have encountered it in my daily practice. Across museums and archives, the degrees of imperial past that we confront may vary in scale, but the truth of the matter is that they definitely exist. My question then is, how much do we tend to observe it around us? Do we acknowledge it? Do we question it? And what remedies do we seek? I don't honestly have all the answers, but I'm hoping that all of us here can at least put the question so that collectively we can structure to help counter it and reframe context as they emerge. Thank you. I think I managed to stick within 12 to 13 minutes.
You did. Thank you so much, Pramod, and thank you for that fascinating presentation. Particular questions were striking me about the, about how we are so conscious as researchers about, the ethics of archiving and collating, but how the sort of how empire generated a particular sort of ethics or non-ethics, and they continue today when it comes to imperial artifacts, and also really striking questions that you ended with on language. So thank you so much for that. Moving on, we're going to now come to Medhavi Gandhi. Medhavi is the founder of the Heritage Lab and has been working at the intersection of public engagement with cultural heritage since 2009. She's worked with a wide range of Indian organizations as well as those in Australia, the United States and Europe. She's a strong advocate of open access to digital cultural heritage, has been part of steering global campaigns in India, including Museum Week, and serves as the ambassador for Art Plus Feminism in South Asia. She also works with museums to promote digital e-management. No, she doesn't. Digital engagement, conducts digital skills training, and consults on digital transformation practices. Medhavi is going to be speaking to Medhavi is going to be speaking to us about digital access to cultural heritage and community participation in shaping narratives. Medhavi, you have 15 minutes. Are you there?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shalini, and it's great to be here with everybody, especially my co-panelists who have been absolutely wonderful so far. It's a pleasure listening to everybody. Today, as you said, I'm going to talk about digital participation and the importance of open access in shaping narratives and enabling communities to shape these narratives. So I'm just going to start sharing my screen and we'll go right into it. Let me just go into present mode. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so I sort of run this digital platform called the Heritage Lab. We are a platform that started with the vision of making Indian collections in different lands around the world digitally accessible. And when I say digitally accessible, it only at that point when we started meant discovery, meant something that you could find on the internet, know more about. This is targeted and continues to be targeted towards the layperson who's fond of museums or still doesn't know what to do at a museum, just to generate the love for GLAMs. So our access roadmap has been such that while we started with the idea of discovery and sharing all the collections that museums were digitizing around the world, we moved on to looking at and as well being part of the dialogue about these collections that exist on social media. Today especially, it's a very interesting time. There are people who are sharing content regularly every day. There are debates. There are so many different community voices that one gets to hear, just based on a particular object. But over the last few years, we've also looked at the very interesting phase of creating participation with collections and the co-creation aspect. This is also because of more and more organizations, more and more GLAMs adopting open licenses, such that their collections are not just something that you see on their website anymore or download and share on social media, but it's also something that you are part of, participate in enhancing metadata, help with any kind of volunteer work, and also look at co-creating as to what you can do with that API or open data that is made available to everybody. So I'm just going to touch upon these points in my very short presentation today. So just by starting with the access to lost stories, and I chose this image deliberately because before the Heritage Lab, I worked with artisans and craftspeople, and one of the communities that I really had a lot of fun working with was the Patwa community in West Bengal's Mednipur, which is Noya. Noya is a village in West Bengal. So the artists over there have these long scrolls where they sort of tell stories, and this is a traditional practice. These are folk stories. The idea also was that when we were working with these artists and craftspeople, we would often accompany them to museums to just sort of take in the different kind of stories and artworks that already exist in museums, so as to familiarize them with what has gone by, what are the changes, and what are the future changes that they aspire to see. That's the kind of dialogue that we were working on. But this particular scroll sort of caught our attention. It's from the British Museum website. And interestingly, the song had been lost to the community for, not many people knew about it, especially when we said, when we used the terms that were used on the website. Just go a little ahead. When we now today work digitally with a community, and not just the Patwa community, because Wikipedians work with different languages and different communities, different language groups. So there's Bengali Wikipedia, there's Odia Wikipedia, there's been a talk of Santhal Wikipedia that has been developing as well. So the idea at Wikipedia's end has been to mobilize the community and involve them in sharing their stories, or looking at what is already written and just seeing what can be, what has to be edited, what is to be added on to these stories. So what we typically did was, when we look at this particular scroll and we look for Ghazi Pat, we of course get to the British Museum website. But when we look at this particular page on the music of Bangladesh and go on to this particular page in red means that it's still not a page on Wikipedia, and this is something that we must pick up to work on, is Ghazir Gan. Now, when we pick up Ghazir Gan and use this as a search term, one doesn't get to the Ghazi part immediately. So one doesn't make the connection between the actual song and the songs of the community that exist online to this particular artwork. So, I mean, while open access and the whole digitization process is enabling us to use resources, look at resources, we're also looking at how these can be connected over time across platforms. So one of the ways in which we started was also looking at images that are already in public domains. This is a painting from the Victoria Memorial that is in public domain. This is painted by an English painter. It's the scene of Lord Curzon and the entire troop coming into Delhi as part of the procession. And it's painted with a certain view to, sort of encourage awe and admiration for the British administration that's going by, and its entire juxtaposition with an erstwhile Mughal monument. I mean, not an erstwhile, but also like just looking at the Mughal connections over there in the background. Just the juxtaposition is very interesting to look at. And we decided not to present this particular painting with the narrative that has already existed around this artist, because he's an English artist. There's a lot of information in the public domain about him, which is, it's that side of the view. What we looked at was this particular event from the eyes of a poet. And it's just about interrupting that one-way information flow using lots of open access archives like the Mentee's book, the catalog of the Darbar exhibition, different sources to bring out a completely different narrative altogether. So when we speak about open access to archives, it's also about enabling teachers, resource people, everybody really, but mainly, I mean, the Heritage Lab largely works with a lot of educators to sort of use these resources in classrooms when looking at a particular time period in history or while looking at an object at the museum itself. Interestingly, community expression and how people today perceive objects of art or objects at the museum is something that we've really tried to understand and sort of see how open access has enabled so many different people to add in their views. These are CC0 images from the Cleveland Museum of Art. One wonders what these images would be used for today. Are people going to take a print and hang it on a wall? Is it going to be a background image for, like, is it going to be a screensaver, for example? So I just want to look at, the painting on the left is actually a European lady painted by an Indian artist. But on the right, we have a very interesting picture. I really am fascinated by these Kalighat images, so I particularly chose this one, because the painter also at this point is satirizing, the native, the Indian Babu who's imitating the ways of the English, whether it is his hairstyle or his posture, the chair he sits on, his mannerisms are leaning towards being English. By painting this and satirizing this, there is a certain way of, he's letting us into his world in a different way. How we view this today, we have a meme maker, and this is one of the more popular images. One of the more popular ways that people have sort of, this one is me waiting for my vaccine. So it's interesting to see how something from the 20th century has moved on to the 21st century, what it's saying to people at this point in time. And like I say, ways of seeing change. So it's not only just the fun things, but it's also about how digital collections that are open access continue to inspire artists. This is something we are looking at. We noticed that when we shared this image, which is an open source, and told people that this is an open source image, it's just great to see the kind of the variety in which people adopt, people sort of use their creativity to respond to these images. Why I decided to share these is because we function with this understanding that today in 2021, with the kind of platforms that we are all on today, there is this assumption that everybody is a potential content creator. And so how do GLAMs enable this creator community by yes, the collections are digitized, but how do they engage, create participation, and hear their community? So when DAG decided to already, sort of license out images that were in the public domain, there were these 13 artworks that they chose. They chose a small batch, but the difference that it made was immense, because what we noticed is that, our expectation was that people would simply gift up these images that were created, animate them so that they become part of mainstream conversation. But what we also learned during our post-campaign feedback was that almost 65% of our participants were learning a new skill, which is also telling us that GLAMs have this opportunity today to use their collections to share a new digital skill and empower their communities today. We asked people how they're planning to use these collections, and about 45% almost wanted to use this for educational purposes. And 4 out of 5 people wanted to reuse these and not just see them online, not passively consume them, but actively participate, engage, and co-create using these. Of course, one of the more interesting feedback that we took was we use tools like Talkwalker to understand what kind of a dialogue is going on with a certain hashtag that we use. So we understand that people were moving between joy and surprise. During a pandemic year, I think that was very motivating to understand that that's what Open GLAM was doing to people. But this is something that I found particularly interesting. Now, this was one of the images that DAG released. There were GIFs made of it. But during the Hack for GLAM event, which is a global event and it happens every year, there was an opportunity for someone to create a 3D object out of this. And that sort of just opens up limitless possibilities when you can sort of create something in 3D, and then if you can print that as a 3D object, there are just so many ways to then further engage your audience in sort of coming closer to the collection object. I want to also briefly speak about the Art and Feminism campaign, because this is a campaign, not just this campaign, but any Wikipedia campaign enables public participation. I know Pramod briefly mentioned Felice Piato's pictures and the labeling. So these are the exact things that we work on during an Art and Feminism event. Of course, the event is more geared towards women in art, culture, and history, and sort of editing information about them, adding information about them, bringing them out from books onto the internet really, but also just to look at how one can edit labels on Wikimedia Commons. If there is an image with a certain label, anybody can edit it, right? But one has to give a certain citation to it, a certain proof to it. So by using tools like Wikimedia, how can GLAMs further involve their community to translate, to add in knowledge, and to build on the knowledge that is already out there on the internet? So we also actually used all our feedback that we get, and the meme maker always sounds fun, but it's also great to just sort of see how people use open collections to express themselves. Just recently, we had someone expressing how caught they feel between work and a lot of pending work. There was a lot of, it just is an insight into how your community is feeling and how you can use your collections to talk about those feelings with them. Digital collaborations in terms of, when there's this interesting thought, because we talk about openness and Open GLAM so much, advocating every institution should go open, give out a license that allows people to remix, reuse their collections. And then we chanced upon Dr. Andrea and Dr. Andrea and her academic partner, I'm forgetting the name right now, but they came up with a report on how there is a conversation about the ethics of Open GLAM, that it's not always a straight conversation. If there is any kind of ambiguity about the provenance of the object, if there is a recognition that the object doesn't belong to a certain institution, how can they take up the responsibility of digitizing it? And then there's the other side, and I particularly love this view, that if there is this is a project between France and Vietnam to collaboratively present their digital collections, because if there is a French memory of Vietnam, there's also there's a simultaneous memory, a Vietnamese memory of France. So this is an online project where they're actually within these categories putting up all the different collections that the museum in France have and the museums in Vietnam have. For an audience, for a member of the audience, for someone like me who's interested in heritage, it helps to understand how one object or a particular theme has been addressed by both sides. It also sort of somewhere developing these projects help in collaborative metadata development. And that is just a step towards standardizing that. So yeah, that is something that I just wanted to share today and take the opportunity of, just discussing with my colleagues here today. So thank you, Shalini. That's I think that's all from my end today.
No, thank you. Thanks so much, Muthiah. Really fascinating stuff. I can't wait to actually explore the images on the Heritage Lab, and I also love the way that that Wikipedia can, and in such forms can be empowering as well, and that we can own them. Okay, so we're going to move on now to Eleanor Newbegin. Eleanor is a senior lecturer in the history of modern South Asia at the School of Oriental African Studies, University of London. She's interested in histories of gender, law, and political economy. Her research looks at the end of imperialism in India and the place of the Indian subcontinent in the global histories of democracy. In the last few years, however, against the backdrop of Brexit and changes in the UK higher education sector, she's become increasingly interested in questions about the historic and the present day relationship between empire and education. In 2019, she was academic lead for a British Arts Council project led by the Marshall Theatre Company that worked with SOAS students to produce a series of audio dramas around the theme of decolonizing history. She's co-chair of Learning and Teaching in the Decolonizing SOAS Working Group and teaches a course that explores SOAS's own imperial past and its legacy today. Today, Eleanor's going to be talking about how teaching histories of partition to diverse classrooms has led her to invert the regional focus of her scholarship and pay closer attention to the ways in which empire shaped the London-based university in which she works. So, Eleanor, sorry, I always call you Al, 15 minutes for you.
Right, I'm going to do my best to keep to that. So thank you so much, Shalini, and to the Milli team, particularly to Bharat and Priyanka, and particularly to Shalini for inspiring this panel. I'm talking about cultural heritage from a slightly different perspective from the panelists so far, or maybe I'm kind of picking up the next stage of this process. So I'm not an archivist, though I do work with archives as a teacher. But what I want to think through with you today or present today is my own feelings about, or experiences about, managing ideas of cultural heritage in the classroom. So we've had some great questions asked about how colonial legacies shape the way in which we interact with objects today, about the role of communities and how they tell narratives. And I'm trying to draw in these in the classroom more generally. Shalini, are you waving at me?
You're sharing your calendar.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, there's that too. Hang on 1 second, sorry. Apologies. Let me start again. Is that working better?
No, it's still there.
Sorry.
I mean, it is fascinating, but
it's... Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you. I am sorry. So I am thinking here about cultural heritage then, not in terms of objects and artifacts, but as something more intangible and often more personal. And in fact, maybe one of the questions that I want to explore today is this question of what cultural heritage means in the classroom. And I want to do this not through theorizing these terms and ideas, as academics so often do, but through critical self-reflection of my own practices and experiences of teaching South Asian histories as a white British woman in diverse classrooms in the UK. So my idea in this talk, can you see the whole slideshow, or have you got, yeah, okay, great. So I have 4 questions here that I was going to pose at the beginning and I'll come back to at the end. What does cultural heritage mean in the classroom? How is cultural heritage different from history? What does a sense of owning, how does a sense of owning heritage manifest in diverse spaces, particularly contemporary Britain? And how does this shape the process of learning? So in September 2017, a year after the Brexit vote and in the 70th anniversary of the partition of British India, I began teaching a final year undergraduate course at SOAS called Histories of Partition. The course had been devised by my colleague, Dr. Amrita Shodhan, some years before then, and Amrita had initially set up the course as a comparative one to discuss the history of the partition in India, Pakistan and Israel, Palestine. But after several years, she decided that to discuss these 2 major, heavily contested events in one module was too much and moved to focus on South Asia alone. So the course is not designed as a historical survey course. It's not a course that gives students a single narrative of historical events of what happened when. Rather, it's a more reflective study of memory and memorialization. And the first part of the course looks at the major political players in the transfer of power negotiations, the British, the Muslim League, secular anti-nationalist groups, particularly the Congress, and Hindu nationalist right. Students learn about how these groups understood Indian society, questions of political representation and sovereignty, and how this shaped their engagement with the transfer of power process and post-partition memories or justifications for why events happened as they did. In the second term of the course, students look at histories of partition from a more social perspective, through histories of migration, forced and voluntary, and through state management of evacuee people and properties, through cinematic and literary representations of partition. Exploring the turn to oral histories from the 1980s and 1990s, the course takes students from an understanding of partition as state process to a view of it as something that redefined people's lives and personal identification. And to make sure that I do have an archive in here, SOAS holds one of the major oral history archives for partition histories, the collection of interviews done by Andrew Whitehead and a wider interview team in the 1980s. And as part of the course, we take students into the library and they sit and listen to these interviews, having got some understanding of the historical background that's being discussed in the interviews and the background against which these interviews were recorded. So the course is beautifully designed around a particularly creative learning journey that encourages critical thinking about a very contentious point in history. And I took it over without making any changes or amendments to the reading list. I thought it was so well designed by Amrita, I took it on as she designed it. But in the very first year that I taught the course, I quickly came to realize that the learning journey through which a student passed was never uniform. In fact, having initially been very focused on the curriculum, on the readings, on how to prepare my lectures, I quite quickly came to see that the teaching in this course required thoughtful and attentive pedagogy, that is, careful attention to who was in the classroom and how that shaped engagement with the material that we were discussing. And here I need to explain a bit about the institution that I teach in. As Shalini mentioned, I teach at SOAS, the School of Oriental and African Studies that arguably is better known to South Asian audiences than many people in Britain. It's a small, some say, specialist university that teaches arts and humanities and social science courses through a focus on the peoples, cultures, and histories of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The university markets this focus now as a key part of its brand, so as positions itself as an institution that allows students to think about the global from the perspective of the majority of the world's populace, not from the perspective of the West. But this focus isn't the result of distinct choices to provincialize Western learning, quite the opposite. SOAS was set up in London in 1916 as an institution to train colonial officials and businessmen, but also as an attempt to cultivate a more institutionalized practice of Oriental studies that British officials at the time argued was flourishing in European countries like Germany and France, with smaller empires than Britain. So from its beginning, SOAS's degree-taking students were largely non-white colonial subjects. The majority of them were from British India. And over time, the school has, along with London and the UK, transformed its relationship to British imperialism and through that itself, though it's done that from a firmly imperial base. SOAS today has a lot of international students. This is just a slide that gives you some data, gives you a sense of kind of the student body composition at SOAS. So SOAS has a lot of international students, though more at the postgraduate than at the undergraduate level. And though SOAS initially was a very postgraduate institution, the slight majority of our students now are from undergraduate level. We do have strong study abroad partnerships at undergraduate level, which brings in an international or slightly more transient dimension to undergraduate classes. But there is this key constituent of home students there. And in the history program at least, sorry, home meaning UK, apologies, that's totally university jargon. So in the history program at least, the majority of undergraduate students are British students, but from diaspora backgrounds. Indeed, many of our students live in or close to London, meaning that they've grown up in a very socially diverse set of communities and schools. We have a very large number of British Pakistani and British Bangladeshi students, as well as a smaller number of British Indian students. Many of these British students actively choose to study at SOAS because they see it as an institution in which they can find out more about their own personal heritage. While many schools in London and throughout the UK are very ethnically diverse, the British national curriculum is not, particularly in terms of the history curriculum that it prescribes for major school level qualifications, the exams that are taken at the age of 16 and 18. In 2017, the absence of any systematic teaching about Britain's imperial past became a major point of debate in the UK, and that's only grown since then. And it was a leading issue that came to dominate a lot of the events that were held to mark the 70th anniversary of 1947. This is just a snapshot from one of the press stories about a major campaign that evolved from that, a campaign to hold an annual day to commemorate the partition of India in British schools and society more widely. And this was a campaign that won the backing of many British South Asian journalists, filmmakers, politicians, who asked very publicly why they'd never been taught about the events and histories that had disrupted and dislocated their families and communities' lives and led to their very presence in the UK as British citizens. So I offer you this to give you the broader context against which to understand the dynamics of the partition course classroom. Many students joined the class with a real thirst for learning about events that they see to be directly relevant to their own lives, as something that shaped their family context and their very sense of themselves, but which they've never learned about or had publicly recognised in a formal space of learning. This thirst is something that's shared by British South Asian students from different national backgrounds, British Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi students, even as the event that they want to know about informs important differences and divisions between the communities that they've grown up in. As I said before, we have study abroad students, many of whom are either South Asian nationals or who come from South Asian communities but brought up abroad, and who elect to do the programme having grown up in a very different schooling system outside the UK. Add to this classroom the non-South Asian, British and international students who elect the course, and me, the British white woman leading the course. So we're all brought together in a classroom in an institution set up to train colonial officials at the centre of the former imperial metropole. It's a complex mix. is my key point. So very early on in the course, I realized that I would have to be delusional if I saw the classroom space as neutral. A few weeks into the course, I had an emotional encounter with a British Pakistani student, someone who was not on the history program, but who had elected to take this course for very personal reasons. In my office, this student explained the sense of turmoil, confusion, and anger she felt at learning about partition through a critical lens in the SOAS classroom. While she'd never learned about partition in school, the course made her aware of how much she had learned about 1947 in non-formal contexts, at home and through her family, through community dialogues and relationships. A lot of what we discussed and read about in class directly contradicted or problematized the stories and the sense of truths that had worked to anchor identity and relations within her family. That this was being questioned and unlearned, facilitated by someone like me, someone who didn't understand her family or community, was additionally painful, or at least very confusing. The class was not providing the sense of validation or personal recognition that she'd expected when she enrolled. I want to be clear that this conversation wasn't an easy one. My summing up of it now comes after many hours of anxiety and replaying the discussion in my head. It took me a while to understand what was being laid bare in this conversation and to think about and accept my own role in it, as both the image of the British colonizer, which I couldn't escape, and as the facilitator of a learning environment in which I had responsibility for students' safety, but also a responsibility to develop critical thinking. This conversation with the student sharpened my awareness of emotional engagement and disengagement in the classroom. I could see that the course material had a profound impact on many of the South Asian or South Asian heritage students, but not on white students, and arguably in some contexts not on me. I could see the emotional relationship with my students, but I'm also teaching these histories as an outsider. I spent a lot of time wondering how to acknowledge and make space for students who wanted to bring their emotional thinking into their work and classroom. After all, the central theme of the course was memorializing and looking at the power, the legacy of memories of 1947 long after the event. But I didn't want to do that by making these students specimens or class material for other students to observe. One way I've tried to do this is by drawing attention to the absence of emotion within the British or European relationship to this history, the apathy that Pramod was also talking about institutionally earlier. So in the class, we analysed colonial written sources to look at the techniques and approaches that imperial officers used to present British power as a supposedly rational force that stood outside South Asian society. But I then tried to push students to think about how this practice continues into the present, not least through the very conception that partition is South Asian history, not British history. We hold one session in the course on school textbooks and the teaching of partition, which is always a really animated and emotional part of the course. In one student cohort, a British Pakistani student spoke very eloquently about their understanding of history as something divided. You had school history, she said, and you had home history that was about your family. The students saw nothing significant in this understanding. In fact, they clearly assumed that this is how everyone else in the class would feel, but it was not. White British and white European students didn't have this bifurcation. There's no clear sense of home history, or if it does exist, it can be folded seamlessly into the more general narrative of history taught at school. And so I want to kind of come back here to the questions that I started with, and to use them to think through this question about what cultural heritage means in the classroom. So taking up this question about how cultural heritage relates to history, from my own work in contemporary UK classrooms, I see a sense of cultural heritage to manifest in the sensation that there's a distinct story or space that connects and distances you from a broader meta-narrative of history. This is a feeling about the past, which is of course related to a wider sense of connection to or belonging in the space, the national unit to which that meta-narrative of history is connected. And I think this brings us to the point about ownership. So how does a sense of owning heritage manifest in diverse spaces? Because this concept of heritage seems to underpin people's own sense of belonging and how they're perceived to belong by others, it isn't something that people can choose to have or not. There's some degree to which you can publicly identify with it or not. But the heritage history division isn't something you can escape very easily. There's a degree of social imposition. And this makes it very easy to manage, very messy to manage. It's not a sense that individuals have control over. And so talking about and thinking critically about this heritage produces a wave of emotions about how one feels and about oneself, but also about how you see and react to others. And a classroom space needs to reflect that. So the final question, the impact, how does this impact processes of learning? Without thought and mediation, this process can very easily become a reperforming of colonial behaviours, with emotion seen as the irrational behaviour of those identified as former colonial subjects, and cold objectivity being the behaviour of those from colonising societies. And this, for me, is the challenge or the task here. How do we create learning spaces that break down that embodied colonial binary, that allows students who identify with colonial heritages to connect with that in ways that don't automatically distance or alienate them from a normative subject position? And how do we teach white European students to unlearn ingrained behaviour and to try to relate themselves to these histories in emotional terms? This is about so much more than diversifying a curriculum, I think. It also has to do with building new kinds of classroom communities that can appreciate cultural heritage as something to which some people are deeply connected, while understanding that it's a connection that shapes and impacts everyone far more widely. Sorry, Shalini.
That's all right. Thanks so much, Al. I let you off because you were having those
issues,
difficulties. Yeah. So, but yeah, you know that I teach partition as well, so I'd love to compare notes, and I seem to get quite varied emotional responses too. So we should have a discussion about that. Okay, so everybody, it's time for the last presentation. I will try to stick to the 15 minutes, and Bert's already introduced me, so I'm not going to do it myself. But firstly, a note of gratitude. Last year, Aparna Vedic, I don't know if she's still here, introduced me to Milli, and that meant that I woke up very, very early every morning to attend the webinars all week. And during a time of madness, COVID, Trump, Brexit, Modi, I was very excited about the different sorts of archives that are being imagined and created, and the sorts of stories and coming from them, and the differences that these can make to my own practice as a historian. So thank you to the Milli Collective. I'm really grateful. Practically, this made me connect with my research partners, Maya Dodd, Ranjini Prasad, Faisal Rehman and Aparna, and together we designed our project, TOFI, or the ownership of public history in India, and we're sort of still working out what exactly we're doing, but through which we aim to learn different ways of doing and teaching public history. In other words, what does public history mean in India, where so many marginal voices have been historically excluded from what's considered worthy of being archived or viewed as public history. What I'm going to talk about today is the voluntary activity in which I've been involved during this last year with a group called the Jallianwala Bagh Centenary Committee in the UK. I'll give you a description of the work and then some thoughts on the role of educators, the claims made on and for the ownership of history, and the potentially empowering nature of archives. These issues play out differently in the UK, where although the South Asian diasporas form the largest ethnic minority group, comprising mainly Punjabis like me, Gujaratis and Bengalis, they're still obviously very much a minority. Some are anxious to assimilate, some distant from the host culture. Their claims on their own past are often ignored by British people, and an awareness of their place in British history is often ignored. The Jallianwala Bagh Committee was set up in 2016 by a group of British South Asians in the UK of Indian and Pakistani heritage to try and get the UK Prime Minister to issue a public apology for the Amritsar massacre that took place in April 1919. This group, mostly made up of members of the Indian Workers' Association, built up links with unions and gained support from MPs across the political divide. It made some noise, but in 2019, the year of the centenary of the massacre, there was still no apology. Instead of giving up, the committee decided to continue their campaign. They reckoned that they'd managed to generate some momentum, and significantly, they realised that their campaign resonated with a growing discussion in the UK around decolonising the curriculum, the sort that Elle's certainly been involved with. The committee had previously approached me to speak at events as a historian, but it was only with the death of George Floyd in the United States in the summer of 2020 that I decided to get involved, not least because I'd become very active in the decolonising the curriculum agenda in my university and also in my union, the University and College Union. I still had some reservations about, speaking with and joining this committee. Most of the committee were part of an organisation which has links with a particular political party in India. And I didn't know if I wanted to be involved so closely with that. And the group is very male. But I think that my main concern was in my role as a historian, what would be expected of me? What did the committee think that history was? Was it the truth? And was I expected to serve it up every so often? The committee asked me to help revise their statement on education. I felt that it expressed what I would call a Shashi Tharoor version of history. It was sort of very shouty about who's to blame. And I figured that the committee needed a statement that was more focused on making a case for an apology and changing the national curriculum. Having said that, I did feel a bit odd doing this. Was it my role to correct their English, to edit out ahistorical terminology like always? Basically what was my role? At public meetings, I would remind attendees about the brute facts of the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, about how General Dyer issued orders to shoot down hundreds of unarmed Punjabis on the 13th of April, 1919, how he could have, would have killed more if the bullets hadn't run out, how he aimed at the thickest part of the crowd to cause maximum impact, and that he made Punjabi men crawl in the streets after Jallianwala Bagh under martial law. Also how he was hailed by Europeans in British India as their saviour because of these actions. He was their hero, the man who saved India, and how thousands of pounds were raised to gift him their thanks. I spoke about how the lives of the Indians who had died at Jallianwala Bagh weren't valued. Initially, their families were given 500 rupees per death, while English deaths that occurred at the same time were compensated by 10,000 rupees. We know that the colonial government in India didn't try General Dyer for his actions, either in a civil or martial court of law. He never faced justice and died maintaining the righteousness of his actions on that fateful day. Now, inevitably, as a historian, I've ended up adding bits of research of my own to the committee's labours. I was very struck by the fact that the Secretary of State for India at the time in 1919, Edwin Montagu, did try to get the British Parliament to make an example of Dyer, to state that his actions at Jallianwala Bagh were not considered correct by the British government. But Edwin Montagu was a Jew. He was stalled and ridiculed for his stance. I think that if I was to research the event more as a historian today, I'd probably be interested in exploring it through the lens of race. That's to say, both the lack of value of Indian lives in the eyes of Dyer and his supporters, and also the deep entrenched anti-Semitism faced by a member of the British establishment who did want Dyer to face punishment. But then I realized that I was forgetting my brief. What I really needed to do was come at this work about education and an apology, not as a historian. So I chose to articulate why Jallianwala Bagh is so relevant for South Asians in the UK today, why we can't just get over it. In doing this, I used my own experience. I'm a British Punjabi, I grew up in London, and I had some idea of bits of Indian history from my parents, just like, you know, I'm like one of the students that Elle was talking about, from their friends, my real extended family. But I had nothing from my school to explain why I belonged in England, why my parents and their friends had ended up in this country, of all countries in the world, and its relationship with India. It was only when, as a child, and this sort of shows you how old I am, I saw the scene depicting the Jallianwala Bagh massacre in the famous film Gandhi, that I learnt about the racism, brutality, and inequality of empire. I became curious not just about India, but also other places where similar forms of repression existed. For example, you know, the apartheid regime in South Africa. This was the reason why I went to university to study history, and there, through studying optional courses, I got to learn more about empire. But my experience was unusual. In the UK, we know that very few Asian kids are encouraged to study history. The best routes to success lie in studying economics, medicine, or law. That means that so many of us are left floundering, however well we might do in this society, because our history, the history of Jallianwala Bagh, the history of empire, is treated with complete indifference in this country. And I think that there's something very wrong with an educational curriculum and a public heritage industry, which results in so many children growing up in this country, you know, black, white, Asian, you know, all children who end up sort of being quite ignorant about such a huge part of their collective history, and that's something that's so huge that it still shapes their life chances and the way that they're treated. So would an apology actually help, though? No British Prime Minister has ever apologised for the terrible events that happened at Jallianwala Bagh 102 years ago. In 2010, two different British Prime Ministers, we had two different ones in that year, did issue official apologies for the actions of the British in the 20th century, for the actions of the British Army on Bloody Sunday in Londonderry, Northern Ireland in 1969, and also for the role of the British government in forcibly sending children in care overseas to countries such as Canada and Australia without their families' consent. There's been research on, you know, the effects of these apologies, and it seems that both apologies made a difference. They gave victims and survivors and descendants visibility, they acknowledged their suffering, and they recognised the need to know the shared past, the guilt of the British government. Above all, so it's reported, they apparently showed the world that Britain could face up to its former mistakes. Perhaps a fulsome apology from the British government for the 1919 massacre could show us that our Black lives are valued as much as others. It's hoped that an apology would recognise that the history of the massacre and its role in delegitimizing empire on a global scale is our shared history, a mistake from which we can all learn, a history that should be in the UK national curriculum, in citizenship tests, and part of the British national consciousness as a warning, a deterrent, a moral. There is another question here, however, one that relates very much to the theme of today's events and this whole week, and that's the question of history and the archives and our relationship to it in the UK. When I go to the African and Asian Reading Room in the British Library or the National Archives in Kew, I see mainly white faces. These are people tracing their family histories. That's really popular. It's a really popular pursuit for many people here. Or people writing on local histories, or people who are members of amateur history societies, or of course, academics who work on the Global South. The only non-white faces that I see are of academics from South Asian or North American universities. Even my own route to the archives was through the research that I first dreamt of as a student in JNU. Absent from these spaces is the amateur, the family biographer, the community historian, and also the sort of equivalent that we that we encounter that I sort of see on on the Milli this Milli Archive Week this year and last year. Is this because British South Asians don't care? Because history doesn't matter to them? Because they're too busy amassing wealth or whatever else the diaspora is supposed to be doing? Or is it about the actual spaces where the sources for their histories are archived and lie untouched? Are these spaces welcoming? Do British South Asians belong in them, or are they forbidding and hostile? Obviously, the sort of work that Iqbal's been doing in the National Archives is so necessary in order to change those perceptions and in order to welcome people who previously have felt excluded. Museums have occasionally got it right. A few years ago, there was an exhibition on Hajj, which attracted thousands of British Asians who'd never ever been to the British Museum. Obviously, as Pramod reminds us, this comes with its own caveats in itself, as so many of the riches of the world are stored in the British Museum as a result of British imperial power. Drawing inspiration from sessions in Milli, I also think that we need to encourage more of the sort of collation and archiving of groups such as the Jallianwala Bagh centenary, groups fighting caste hierarchy, for example, in the UK, feminist groups as well, to record these histories, these memories and these experiences. While this work would be important and empowering in itself, it would also mean that when claims are made about Indians in the UK as flag-waving, Modi-supporting, rich Asians or hard-working corner shop keepers, we can actually reach beyond the stereotypes. The archives of groups such as the Jallianwala Bagh Centenary Committee could stand out as a corrective and a reminder of the plurality of the South Asian diaspora in the UK, and in this way we might empower people now and for generations to come. And I shall report to you that I went over after all of that bullying. I'm so sorry. Okay, so it is now time for questions. It'd be really great if panelists could show yourself. And I need to have a look at the questions here. There is a sheet, but before that, I think I'm going to Venkat. Do you want to give us your question in person? While I look for the sheet.
Sure. This is maybe just a quick broad question around, I'm just asking for resources around ownership of cultural heritage. I presume that's the one that you're asking about, the one that's just up.
Okay.
So it's just wondering how, if there are ways in which countries have thought about reassigning ownership and location in a particular community and not the nation state that it's part of. I've always been curious about what a nation's fair claim could be on objects that existed before the formation of a nation. And I worry about a lot of posturing that starts to happen in this space. So thank you. Any resources would be great.
Does anyone want to go for that?
Well, we most certainly don't seem to have too many examples coming out of India, but I do know that in Nepal, they did create a very significant document which spoke about objects that were taken away from the Kathmandu Valley and where they are listed. There's an entire listing of how those objects were. There are pictures connected to it. These are now shown on very important museum and archival websites. So if any museum or collector ends up seeing any of these artifacts, they are told that these are stolen goods. So to that level of what's happened post India's independence, what's happened post 70s, 80s in Nepal has been documented, but I don't think too many official references have been made to objects being brought back. There's a whole lot of noise about the Kohinoor being brought back, but the question is, where does the Kohinoor even go back? Does it go to Pakistan or does it come to India? And all that is a lot of talk. There's been no formal claim put by India at all. So I'm not sure we have too many actual examples of this practice. I mean, it is something that is still being spoken about, but not really been actioned in any significant way.
Thank you. Thanks, Pramod. Does anyone else want to come back on that question?
Yeah, I just shared a link to the Open Restitution project from Africa. You might want to have a look. It's an absolutely wonderful project tracing restitution, especially the digital space. So hopefully the link will be helpful.
This is great, thank you.
We have another question by Averna. Averna, do you want to, should I read it out or do you want to, I'll read it out, yeah? So Averna, I think this is a question to Elle. As you say, there's a personal interest in learning about partition. How is this interest generated in those who don't have a history legacy with partition, especially considering the long silence in non-South Asian space about imperial history since SOAS is moving towards decolonization? Mel?
Thanks, Shalini, and hi, Avarna, who is a former student of mine from SOAS. So thank you for this question. I noticed that there's also Malini has also asked a question here about South Asian students who aren't connected to partition, and I might take those two questions together. I mean, so in terms of, I think there's a large section of the classroom that doesn't feel this personal connection to those histories, and that's exactly one of the things that I sort of wanted to explore, but particularly around kind of not simply a connection to partition itself, but ideas about emotion in history itself. So there's different kind of bodies in the room feel a different kind of relationship to the past. And I mean, Shalini mentioned at the beginning, I also approached the Masha after Iqbal's first project, and we did a series of plays with playwrights around this idea of decolonizing history and personal connections to the past that was exploring exactly that theme. But it is, in one sense, what I have tried to foreground is not the particular emotional response of some students in the classroom, but to frame it more as a kind of more general experience, and the deep-seated lack of emotion that's sort of connected to ideas of empire and the way in which it's taught in Britain, not simply in schools, but more broadly within social structures, as I think Shalini also talked about in her own upbringing too. And experiences in the UK. And Mrinalini, that's a very good point, that lots of students don't, not everybody comes from partition affected regions. There's a lot of students who come from Bangladeshi communities, but who use this history to think through a history of 1971, which we also talk about in the course. There's also, we have a lot of students whose family have come from East Asia as well, from South Asian backgrounds. But I think what is interesting is how focus on partition, the contentious nature of that history becomes a focal point for a lot of other feelings. So it is about sort of how does Britain relate to its empire? How are stories of migration related to histories of sort of territoriality and nation state formation too? So I think people bring a lot of connection and expectation to a story of partition that doesn't necessarily come from personal experiences of partition itself. And that itself produces another challenge here too, which, I mean, I think Iqbal, in your presentation, you know, the plays particularly about the 1920s take us back to that moment, allow us to see that moment, the different kind of doubts, possibilities that have been foreclosed by a more kind of wider national kind of dominant narrative here. And I think we can see that as well with kind of partition, that there's a way in which the expectations about what that partition history should be, what it should be doing, can overcloud the ability to unpick more personal and more complex and more nuanced stories too. And I think that's one of the challenges. It's not just about making information available, it's thinking through the very complex work that needs to be done to engage with them, you know, engage with ideas of yourself, but also that broader historical narrative.
Thanks, El. I just wanted to add there that it's not just South Asian students. I mean, when I teach about Jallianwala Bagh, I recently had a class, and many of my white British students felt really they felt like they were being lied to in their school because they were completely ignorant. You know, I sort of assume that everyone sees this film Gandhi and they all know about it, but they don't. And you know, and you know, obviously there were some very, very interesting exchanges about it. That and they felt that they couldn't believe that they'd got through school, and they didn't know this you know, very basic aspect of their past. We have a question from Priyanka. I'm curious about the power of archives to provide anti-colonial views of historical personalities, for example, who articulated critique of empire in their own time. Medhavi and Iqbal addressed this in their presentations, looking at a poet's perspective, for example. In your use of the archives, how can these contemporary critiques help? So should we go to Medhavi first and then Iqbal?
Sure, I'm actually just rereading the question.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's also about presenting different narratives, not just different narratives, but different sources for people to be able to analyze and come up with, you know, a substantiated account. I just want to circle back to an example about the Jallianwala Bagh, for instance. When looking at that particular incident in history, whether it's in school or at any other point, we always look at it, I mean, it's Jallianwala Bagh, study the particular incident. But when there is access to all these different, you know, sources from GLAMs, from different GLAMs, there is a product like the Singh Twins' artwork that they created, I think in 2018 or 19 in association with the Manchester Museum. It was exhibited at the Manchester Museum. And that sort of aligned with a larger conversation around state-sponsored violence. And it sort of brought a certain relevance to it. So I think when GLAMs open up and share all of these different resources, I think it helps artists, researchers, teachers to draw upon these to sort of create a different narrative that speaks to our times.
Thanks, Medhavi. Iqbal?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. So I think, I mean, we're amongst historians here as well. I mean, it's clear that when we look at the past, it is complex, and often you need to go much further back than you think you might need to. And I think the use of sort of the techniques I've been using with writers is to enrich this process. Because people, I mean, I think Shalini mentioned, like with the Jallianwala Bagh, people want simple answers. Who's to blame? Can we sort it out? You know, who's right? Who's wrong? It's similar to obviously we've experienced this a lot with the story of partition. Who's to blame? Just tell us quickly. And obviously we know it's an extremely complicated story. And every basically episode that I've certainly been, discovering and looking at is far more complicated. And therefore I think the use of sort of drama, art, poetry, these types of ways of starting to bring out the nuance, the complexity, so that people can then just appreciate that, this does require further study, and I think, and debate and discussion. And these are the things that I think these are sort of, catalysts for. So, I mean, I hope that answers the question if I've understood it correctly.
Thanks, Iqbal. Just the last question from Avarna, who wants to follow up. Avarna?
Hi. Yes, I'm able to unmute myself now. And hi, Eleanor. Nice to see you again. I think what I generally want to know, I do recognize the fact that a history of discrimination, especially in pedagogy, is also important. But why is it that history of partition is sort of seen as a South Asian history? It's actually also part of history of Britain, for instance, or British Empire. And my general, curiosity arises from the fact that when we study, let's say back in India, a lot of education system, when we are learning, let's say, history of America or Russian Revolution or stuff like that, it's really not regional. It's a lot placed under global history, for instance, whereas partition becomes very regional. And I really want to know, as we are moving forward, is that a step that's going to be taken as well? Will partition ever become a global history? Yeah, that's really what I want to know. So thank you.
That's a really big question, and I sort of see that sort of time is running out, and I've sort of been told that I need to stop this now. But yeah, really good question to end on. And I think what we'll do is maybe post a response in the chat, and that means that we can sort of preserve it as well. So thanks a lot, Avarna, and also thank you, Mewish, as well. Again, I'll sort of make sure that there's a response to your really excellent question about space and built heritage, and decolonizing as well. Thank you everyone for attending this panel. I know that we're sort of eating into the Friday evening for friends and colleagues in India, so please go and relax now, and thank you panelists for your contributions. A lot of food for thought there, and I look forward to working with you and hooking up after this as well. Okay, bye-bye. So yeah, Al, can you maybe put a response to, yeah, thanks, thank you. And Iqbal, there's a question about stories of memory related to built environment. I think that's it. But if you want to respond to any other of the questions, obviously, let's use the chat function here.
I also want to plug we have a Discord.
So wait, I can't see you. I can't see you.
It's
okay.
I want to, we have a Discord server for Milli, and people can join and introduce themselves and continue some of these conversations. I'd like to thank all the panelists who joined in today and gave us that time. And thank you, Shalini, for moderating this wonderful panel. I also want to thank everyone from the Milli team, Siddarth, Priyanka, Hari, Ishita, and Shubhajit, and everyone who made this possible. I think we'll close here for tonight. Tomorrow we have a really exciting session. The theme for tomorrow is teach/learn. So do tune in. We have a session on digital humanities. We have a bunch of really interesting student presentations and presentations from an ongoing workshop on building a crowdsourced public archive of COVID-19 as part of Milli Archives Week. So hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. I think we can stop the live stream and the recording now.
Okay, I'll do that.